Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea, you won't see the show on your TV, so we talk about things musically. Cause you're listening to Jams and Tea, you're listening to Jams and Tea.
Well, welcome to the Jams Tea Podcast, where we spin the jams and spill the tea. And today, we are coming at you all with a very special episode, because we are covering some very big records in lots of ways, very relevant and recent releases, as well as one very important album to the canon of many people on this very podcast. And also, just want to quickly throw out there that our poll for the greatest album of all time is doing quite well. We've gotten like over 100 votes for every single round of the bracket at some point or another. Yeah. So if you are listening, thank you for participating in that.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
It's very cool.
Finished the first round, so it took 2 weeks for us to get through the first round. It's going to take another 2 weeks for us to get through the second round. So make sure
it will be done by the time this episode goes up, as we speak.
Yeah, totally. Like the first round's over as you're hearing this, and you can go to our Twitter and see the outcomes of all of the matchups for the first round, as well as what the matchups will be for all 30 to 36, I think, matchups for the second round. Some big albums that are coming up in the second round that weren't like kind of automatically passed over the first round because of how many records we had.
Anything in the top 30, it's also 100 is a very difficult number to fit into a tournament.
Yeah. But you'll see when you go to the Twitter and you look at the bracket, you'll see what the matchups are.
Follow that for all the bracket updates.
Yeah. It's going to be intense. There's going to be, like, we've already had a number of matchups that were very nearly tied.
Super unpredictable so far. I have gotten so many of these wrong when I was absolutely sure ones would win.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I feel like each of us moves in, like, I'm including myself in this, in a kind of like isolated bubble of taste to a degree. So we're just not going to be able to predict who the winners are, because the general populace just think totally differently about music to how we do, apparently.
Anyway, check that out, and we'll move swiftly on to what we've been listening to, shall we? Jake, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Well, I said last week that I listened to Folklore, which, kind of needed to for this podcast.
Goes
so I did that.
Saying.
I listened to the first release from Blue and Exile, rapper and producer duo who came out with a new album recently. But I haven't gotten around to yet because that album's 90 minutes long. So, it's, even for me, I'm just kind of like, got to take some time out of my schedule to listen to that and devote the attention to it, because the album I listened to, Below the Heavens, was fucking fantastic. Like, genuinely one of the best jazz rap albums I have ever heard. Like, just fucking insanely good. Please go listen to that, because I have not heard a soul talk about it. And that is a shame. I listened to it was firm my opinion that I think it is a better album than Illmatic, which that stands. Sorry, Tyler. I feel like you're either looking at something or seething.
Well, you cut out for all of us for a second, and so I think we're all kind of piecing together what you said. And
you listened to it. Right?
Yeah, which is great.
It gets more disappointing as it goes on.
Yeah. I also listened to, I re-listened to Real Gone by Tom Waits. I've had that album on permanent rotation almost every single day. I covered some blind spots this week. I listened to my first Beach Boys albums, actually. I listened to Pet Sounds, it's fucking Pet Sounds, and Surf's Up, which is a notably darker album that was written because Brian Wilson was and it kind of shows. I listened to Bloody Kisses by Typo Negative, which is did you ever want The Cure to make a metal album? Well, here you go. It's it. Do it. Listen to it. It's brilliant. I listened to Phoebe Bridgers' Punisher. I listened to a recommended album by our friend Zach from the Artwork episode, Wild Honey by Tiamat, and that was a great doom metal album. I listened to XI by Autechre,
Oh,
which
shit,
was
you did
great.
too.
Yeah, it was great. I didn't like it as much as Amber, but it's still a fantastic fucking record. And the only bar that I might revisit it and like it more, but it's 2 hours long, so that's
Yeah,
hard.
like you have to like really listen to it more than once, unfortunately.
Yeah. And on the Bleep Bloop music, I also re-listened to the first Bass Communion album because they all got taken out of Apple Music, and then I had to download them all. Thank you, Tyler, for helping me find a way to do that. I listened to Tom Waits' album Alice, which is like The Black Rider, is based off of a play that he co-wrote with somebody, which is really, really fucking good. It's in his 90s run. If you like his 90s run, you will like that album. It's great. I listened to the biggest album that I wanted to shout out here is Frightened Rabbit's Painting of a Panic Attack, which is legitimately one of my favorite records ever now. I have spun it at least once since I listened to it initially, which is a testament to my ability to listen to sad music, because that is a devastating album, and I do not know why I have listened to it so much or have been able to, but it is fucking amazing. Please listen to it.
It was rough enough. Like, I remember when that came out in 2016, and I was like spinning it over and over and over and over. And then to get the additional context of Scott's death in 2018, it doesn't make for an easy listen.
No, especially not that first track.
Absolutely.
Jesus Christ.
No.
And
look, also, just to
is,
quickly interject as well, we are going to be discussing the discography of Frightened Rabbit at a point in the near future as well.
Yeah,
So
this ties into what I was going to say, basically, which is when I was at my first university, that was a real transitionary period. I was only there for 3 months and then dropped out and reapplied, but I was coming off the back of a large amount of trauma and going into some more. And basically I had a friend who just showed me loads and loads of songs off of the Midnight Organ Fight.
Also fantastic.
And because of that and its context in my life, and what eventually happened, I've talked about this before, I am legitimately scared to go back to their discography for B-sides.
It'll be hard. Not gonna lie at all.
It's tough for sure.
Pain.
And
but it's beautiful as well.
I'll finish up here in saying, listen to the Frightened Rabbit record. It's like, seriously, I love that album so fucking. That might be my favorite album that I've listened to for the first time this entire year. Like probably. I also covered
I was going to say, like, Punisher came out like a month ago.
Okay, but Punisher exists in a timeless void that is separate from all other releases to me now. But I covered another big blind spot is I've never listened to a Flaming Lips record. So I dove straight into At War with the Mystics because the album cover was dope as fuck.
That is a strange choice for your first Flaming Lips album.
Weird choice.
Fucking rules, though. I loved it. It was fantastic. I kept getting a lot of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard vibes from it, and I'd say that those fan bases probably have a lot of crossover appeal.
I think you might need to do some reverse engineering.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say.
I mean, from my perspective, of course they came before them, but fucking leave me alone.
Listen,
I'm covering the new Flaming Lips record at the moment.
Jake. Whatever you do, like, you have to listen to the records that came immediately before At War with the Mystics.
Yeah,
so you need to listen to Yoshimi. You need to listen to Yoshimi because you'll love that one. Soft Bulletin, and also great. I would say Clouds Taste Metallic from their 90s as well.
Yeah, those are the next ones I've got lined up. I wanted to, when I get into a band's discography, I always go for an album that is like rated highly enough to pique my interest, but not their best, so I can let their best surprise me, which is why I ended up with War with the Mystics.
And then I also recommend the album that came after At War with the Mystics, Embryonic, which, if I can sell it in one short sentence, I would say it's their XI.
Well, all right, I'm down.
It's a long, dense, insane, incredibly detailed album that fucks hard.
I will give those a shot. And all the rest of the records are less ones I listened to today. I re-listened to Go Farther and Lightness for today. I re-listened to Pain of a Panic Attack, and I re-listened to 3 early Tom Waits records, The Heart of Saturday Night, Foreign Affairs, and Small Change. To get to brass tacks here. The Heart of Saturday Night is great. If you want to hear Tom Waits do a Billy Joel / Bruce Springsteen impersonation for 47 minutes, then that's your album. Foreign Affairs, easily Tom Waits' worst album. It's not awful, but it's...
one great song on it, though, Burma Shave. I love that song.
Burma Shave and the title track are pretty great, but mostly unremarkable album. And Small Change is basically just closing time to Electric Boogaloo. Great, a good album, but it is like 100% a lesser version of Closing Time.
Well, his Tom Traubett's Blues, the opening track on that song, is a top tier opening track on that album is a top tier Waits song as well. It's the thing as well, like with Waits albums, you can't kind of just make a really quick
it's hard
thing like that, because they're always like more complicated than just it's a bad Tom Waits album, it's a great Tom Waits album.
Well, anyway. I mean, the reason Foreign Affairs is bad is because he sounds like he is like his persona in the 70s is the drunken barfly who's sad all the time, but in this album he just literally sounds like he is drunkenly slurring his way through every single song. Yeah,
and there's a duet with Bette Midler as well that is just a complete failure.
The vocal chemistry is so bad in that song. It's awful, truly awful.
It's really bad.
Yes, Bob Dylan singing with Aretha Franklin.
Okay, let's keep the pace up and move on to see what August has been listening to.
Okay, so I'll go with the stuff I haven't teased first, and then I'll get into the one I've been teasing you all with. First off, Earth 2, the special low frequency version. Basically a record that created drone metal in the 90s. It's like 75 minutes long. The songs are each like 25 minutes long, and it's just great. I love it. It's a perfect record if you want to shut someone up who says production always needs to be clean, because that record, if it was cleaned up, it would have
your ears is the best on lo-fi music, really.
Yeah. No. But it would be an album that would have no impact whatsoever if not for its
Sorry, I want to sit down the dude that tweeted that and just blast Misfits Static Age on repeat until his ears fall off.
It's not like my favorite album was recorded on a beatbox to a cassette or anything like that.
And isn't better for it, but you know, whatever.
It's really funny because that dude looks a lot like John Darnielle too.
Anyway,
continue. Moving promptly on, I listened to Hacken's Virus, which we'll be talking about next week, so won't give away my thoughts there. Listened to Against All Logics 2017-2019, great energetic piece of IDM tech house stuff. If you're into that kind of thing, you'll love it.
It's maybe the most immediate sounding album that Nicholas Jarre has made in terms of like it hits you in the face. It's not his best album. Yeah. The other Against All Logic compilation from a couple years back I think is better, but it's more. This is like more dance music.
No, this is just like get to the point, worm in your ears, and just have fun with it. Then I listened to, of course, LP5, Autechre. Won't say my thoughts because maybe we'll be having a discussion of it, maybe not. I listened to Fever to Tell by the Yeah Yeah Yeahs.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay.
Kind of a really random thing to listen to, but I liked it a lot.
It's a good album. My years hot take is that Show Your Bones and It's Blitz are both better than Fever to Tell. But Fever to Tell has obviously some amazing songs on it. They're a great band.
No, they're very fun.
It's a shame that they never made another record after It's Blitz. Like, it's a shame.
No, it's a shame they stopped before in the 2010s.
It's a shame that they never released another album after that.
Hey, quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
album cover to be worse than Black Flag's What The.
Yeah, as the Mosquito album. Jesus,
That's the
fucking Christ.
worst. That's just objectively the worst album cover of all time. I will hear no debate.
Anyway,
I didn't listen to much else. I would have a verdict on the Nas thing, but then one album just came crashing through my week from our bracket.
I have to know what this is.
That just completely fucked me
I have an
over.
idea.
He's gonna eke the tension out of this as much as he can.
Jake, what, you had an idea?
I have some idea.
Want to give it a shot?
What's your idea?
Well, I'm trying to remember if you already talked about this last week or not.
Oh, I didn't.
It's not. Is it Portishead?
No, it's
He's already
not.
talked about Portishead. I know he likes
Yeah,
it.
That is a great album. I love it a lot.
This
but
is
no.
something unexpected, though. Something I nominated for the bracket that I wouldn't expect him to like. So it's really thrown me for a loop. I'm thinking maybe it's like Yola Tingo or even the XTC album, maybe. Or it could be Dots and Loops, but I would predict that August would like Dots and Loops.
Yeah, no, I predicted like it as well. I just thought the pun was funny.
Here's what I'll say. It's an album in a genre. You know what? I'll just say it. It's an album in a genre that I haven't particularly loved up until I listened to Block Party's Silent Alarm.
I nominated that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
That was Morgan. But
That was definitely Morgan.
It was Morgan, but
I swear Tyler nominated.
I do
that.
stand.
Morgan.
I do stand Block Party. So yeah.
Still though, I could have swore Tyler nominated that, but regardless, Morgan nominated it. So, yeah,
and
that album.
And it got its ass handed to it.
Yep,
which is stupid because what was it up against? Oh wait, it was up against
Paul's Boutique.
Yeah, that's just
and you throw fucking Jimmy Eat World's Clarity up against London Calling. Because what am I even here?
That's another.
I'm so sorry. I did the cheating. I feel like this is my fault. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
I blame all of you.
But absolutely adored that album. I listened to it like 8 times, which is way more than I usually listen to an album before I like properly put a number on it. But I just having too much fun with it.
Great.
And that's my week.
Silent Alarm is one of those albums it's like Jake and Punisher. It's like, I will let you know when there is a week where I don't listen to that.
Yeah, it's a great album. It's so good.
Oh, the vinyl's literally next to my bed. I'm such a stereotype.
Okay,
Anyways.
Morgan, what have you been listening to this week?
Fucking nothing. I've been listening to the new Lawrence Arms a lot, which we're covering. Are we covering that next week?
I think it's the following week.
Yeah, I think we have to.
Yeah, it's just sometime. I've been listening to The Hotelier for reasons completely unrelated to this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tomorrow's gonna be my Hotelier prep day, so that's gonna be fun.
Are you saying that you're gonna stay in with Hotelier?
I hate you so much.
Moving swiftly along. I listened to the Third Eye Blind self-titled again because I'm sad.
Great album.
Yep. Went back and listened to a jazz classic, that being Time Out by the Dave Brubeck Quartet, which is just such a fantastic album.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like
one of those 1959 classics.
Yep. And it's just like such a perfect like entry level jazz album. Like that's one of the first albums I would recommend anyone listen to get into the genre.
Yeah, totally. It's that one, Kind of Blue, and what else would be good entry level? I guess Giant Steps, even though it's like not. Oh no, Birth of the Cool, Kind of Blue, and Time Out are good standard starters.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, like my instinct there is to throw in a Coltrane album, but
he's
I don't know,
like Coltrane. Sorry, go.
It's all right. It's hard to think of an album for him that's like a great starter for jazz as a whole.
The thing about Coltrane is that, like, I think you're better equipped to appreciate what he does with jazz if you have listened to the stuff that came before that he was subverting specifically. Like,
Would
you need to be
absolutely
like,
agree.
you need to really immerse yourself in like the bop era, before you can, in like the hard bop era specifically, in like the 50s, before you can really appreciate what he and Davis were doing. I mean, I guess you could even argue on that logic that Kind of Blue's not a great introduction to jazz because itself is already such a subversive album, but it's so friendly in its subversion, whereas Coltrane's stuff is much more aggressive.
Yeah, like Kind of Blue manages to like transcend whatever it's subverting, and just sort of become its own new introduction to a world of composition.
Yeah, it's probably like if there's one album that has like, in terms of a single album that has changed the face of music, like the album that has done that to the most significant degree, I think, is Kind of Blue.
Yeah, and I would be hard pressed to argue otherwise. This has been Tyler and Morgan's Jazz Corner of the
I
Jazz.
love this. I love this
I would
like
love that to be a
mutual
regular
bonding
segment.
we have over jazz music. Like, it's really
Yeah.
nice.
I would love it to be a regular segment, TBH.
Otherwise, I've been listening to some of the Tragically Hip, which is a band that if Tyler is not familiar with, he should familiarize himself with.
Yeah, I have heard of them. I haven't listened to them.
Because they remind me a lot of like Automatic for the People era REM. You're probably not going to like them as much because I think in many ways they are just kind of lesser REM. At least they would be in the eyes of many people. But I've always kind of preferred what the Tragically Hip are doing, at least from what I've heard. The two albums I listen to are Fully Completely and Phantom Power, and just two fantastic 90s alt rock records.
I'm pretty sure this is
very solid.
This is like apropos of nothing, but I'm pretty sure that Phantom Power is also the name of a Super Furry Animals album.
I could neither confirm nor deny.
Which is a great band, incidentally, that I'd love to talk about someday.
Word. That's about all from me.
I think I'm next in the
Indeed.
acronym. I haven't listened to a whole bunch of music this week. In my defense, I have none. But basically, for my work, I've been editing video essay. The latest one we're doing is on The Last of Us 2. So I've been binging both games, and it's really
good soundtracks. Those
absolutely,
games.
and very
Mac
and,
Quayle of Mr. Robot does the
especially
one
in
for
the
season 2.
First one, I feel it's really. If you put that game in context from when that game came out, if you put that game in context with other games, that music is so different from what most games were sounding like.
Main theme by Gustavo Santaolalla.
It's pretty different from what's going on in the music video game. Shut up, Jake. In the music video game idiom. You laughing at me, you shut your mouth.
Anyway,
It's supposed to be the drunk one.
when I have just needed to stress out, I've taken some of the recent finals that have finally arrived and listened to them. Primarily these two. This is Heretic Pride by the Mountain Goats, which is my third favorite Mountain Goats record. And this is Song for Our Daughter by Laura Marling, which is her best album. Despite me putting another one in the poll, but I just wanted to sit with this for longer before I put it at that status.
If I may briefly interject in regards to the Mountain Goats, I actually got my dad to listen to Tallahassee by them.
Huh.
And
Nice.
he enjoyed it, so that was a win.
The universal love for that album makes me happy in regards to this podcast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. Like, it's, how can you not like that album?
Expected your dad was just going to come down the stairs and start screaming like the front man of Between the Buried and Me again.
Why? No children prog metal cover when
Oof.
The Buried and Me would do it too. It would still
other
have
record-
like banjo in it.
Other records I have listened to includes XTC's Mama.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. You didn't tell me you listened to that. That's cool.
Well, I logged it on the music board, which you follow, so I assume
No,
you
I
do.
must have missed it. That's interesting. Like, yeah, that's like an unheralded album of theirs. Like,
It was really good. I enjoyed it a lot.
I thought you
And
would.
to be fair, music boards, especially in regards to like seeing what mutuals rate, is such shit right now.
Yeah, a little
Like,
bit. They need to copy
can hardly-
Letterboxd a bit more.
Can hardly blame anybody for missing what people log.
Yeah. And I listened to
This
4
is
other
why I
albums
don't
in the
use
last
it.
2 days of varying style and quality. I listened to Skeleton Tree by Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, which is sad, and I was sad, but it's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally.
Best albums. Best
Took
albums.
a hard left turn. I listened to I Get Wet by Andrew WK.
Oh, that's a classic.
Pick yourself up after you're knocked down.
Yeah, which rocked
That
my
is
world.
Such a fun, like brainless.
Cartoon Network man. Andrew WK.
Aqua Teen
I
Hunger
think-
Force type beat.
He's transitioned from Cartoon Network man to E3 Xbox panel man.
August, have you heard "I Get Wet"?
I have not.
Yeah, I think you
Oh,
would
it's
dig
good.
that. You would dig
Yeah.
that album.
Yeah.
It's got
I will
all
listen
over
like-
to it.
I hate to say the most famous song on the record is the best song on the record, but Party Hard is the best song on the record.
So good.
Yeah, totally.
It just immediate serotonin whenever the riff hits. Just it's just so good. I also listened to the latest record by The Vaccine because I used to really like them. It's bad.
More like the
it-
anti-vaxxers. Sorry,
um,
fuck, I didn't even have the conviction to get that out properly.
If you did, I would question your like entire being.
Yeah, ever since their second record, they've been getting increasingly blander, and this is their blandest.
You fucking killed Morgan.
It's more than okay.
He just made an anti-vaxxer joke. Carry on.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
so glad.
And
No, you
this
didn't. You
morning-
didn't even finish it. You gave up on it midway through. Don't tell me you thought it was good.
Thought it had potential.
And this morning, I listened to a band by, get this, the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets.
Fuck yeah.
It was called High Visceral Part 1. It was fine. I don't know if I'm ever going to listen to Part 2. I might do.
What a band name!
Where do
I
you
was gonna
find
say,
this
like,
shit?
being disappointed by that band name is so unfortunate because it's like I want to get into a band called what is it?
The psychedelic porn
Psychedelic-
crumpets.
Yeah, I want to be like, yeah, I stand the psychedelic porn crumpets. What of it?
They are good. Like I like their sound. I discovered them by going to the King Gizzard Spotify page and going to Fans Also Like, and I was attracted to the title.
All right,
Um,
Tyler.
Really?
Is
Oh,
Tyler
like-
okay?
Yeah, like that's so that like I don't know what this band is, this porn band, but like
Psychedelic Porn Crumpets.
it already sounds like something that fans of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard would listen to.
Yeah. It's less rocky, I will say. It's less of a rock band, but it's like a kind of psychedelic kind of deal. It was all right.
Very good.
All right.
Does that mean it's my turn?
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Okay, so I listened
Wow.
to a few things this week. I revisited the studio album, not studio album, but like the proper album version of Stop Making Sense by Talking Heads, like the live recording rather than just watching the movie, which is how I've always done it. And yeah, I think it's like basically the peak of the medium. I don't think that like I don't really think like
You said that with such understatedness. Just
Well,
like it's just.
I
the
think
best
it's the peak of the
thing. It's
medium.
fine. Like,
I
yeah.
mean, basically, it's just the greatest work of art that's ever been created by human people. And I'm not entirely convinced it was created by humans.
David
It's
Byrne
David
human.
Byrne, an alien.
It's just something else. I listened
Or something
to the
else.
new Jesse Lanza album all the time. Jesse Lanza is a kind of pop / R&B singer who has been making has made a string of albums with the Junior Boys, Jeremy Greenspan, who's a kind of Junior Boys are this kind of like low key electronic pop act of the 2000s, and I really like them, even though they've kind of fallen by the wayside recently. But that's the reason for that is that the frontman's been producing for Jesse Lanza, and it's not a great album all the time. It's quite sleepy, it's quite low key, it's quite repetitive, but it's a good vibe. And if you like the aesthetics of that kind of like really synth heavy, middle of the night sleepy pop music, then it's worth checking out. I listened to the new Leanne LaHavis album, which is amazing, and we're going to cover it next week on the podcast. I can't wait for you guys to listen to that and give your thoughts on it. It's a great R&B album, incredibly vocal powerhouse record, like just vocally the most impressive
Sounds like
album
my
of the year.
shit.
I listened to Iron Maiden's "Somewhere in Time" for the first time, and that is my new favorite Iron Maiden album. That it is maybe the best heavy metal record of the 80s. Probably that's probably a hot take pick, but like it's so
It
good.
shouldn't be.
It's so good. Like it's just
Well, I mean, that is
wickedly
such
good.
a like broad question. I feel like any take that isn't Metallica is going to be a hot take pick.
Well, like
Yeah.
I mean, Metallica's like I'm not like an expert on these subgenres, but like I understand that Metallica's thrash and
Yeah, they are primarily.
and Iron Maiden's heavy metal, and like there's a
Metallica's
distinction.
thrash until they become heavy metal later in
Yeah.
their career.
Right. Okay. Well,
Until they become rock music.
there's let's just say like it's the
Music.
greatest album of the new wave of British heavy metal subgenre.
I mean, I can accept that.
But yeah, anyway, amazing. Like I'm speaking quite understatedly because I'm trying to dial back the hyperbole I often dish out on albums I love, but it is like a perfect record basically. I listened to the Kinks' "Something Else," which is a good album.
I'm excited to hear this.
Yeah, it's quite a good album. I didn't so I'm trying to go through the Kinks in order. I would have listened to Arthur, but I want to like listen to the main records of theirs in sequence. So because I had already listened to Face to Face, so I listened to Something Else, and that was
good
really
choice.
good.
Good choice.
That was really good. I didn't like it as much as Face to Face as a whole, and I think it's the record. I think compared to that record, it feels a little bit more like derivative, where they're really feeling that Beatles comparison that they always get. But there are still some great songs on here. "Death of a Clown" is a really great song. "Love Me Till the Sun Shines" is really great. "Waterloo Sunset" obviously is a classic song. So yeah, plenty to enjoy there. I look forward so their next album is Village Green Preservation Society, which I understand is a beloved album. So I'm looking forward to getting to that. What else did I listen to?
Can I just chip in if that's all right?
Yeah, please.
Can I chip in with the Kinks? Okay, so the Village Green Appreciation Society, classic Kinks album. I would never say it's representative of their sound ever, though.
No, it's
right. Well, that's
them
good
going.
then, because I'm glad I didn't start there. I've started with some of their earlier stuff.
Yeah, like when I think of the Kinks, I think of first, like I think charting rock band to use power chords. First, like they were revolutionary because at the time the culture in the studio was if your guitar is distorted, you're playing it wrong, and they went to their speakers and cut it to shreds with a razor wire.
Yeah.
And on the song "Girl, You've Really Got Me," I think of Lola being a pretty revolutionary song in the representation of transmedia pop music.
Yeah.
No, I'd say I'm fully in agreement with you. Like they're like late 60s, like 69 to like 73 is like the most Kinks albums you can get.
Yeah, so I'm trying to really do myself a proper service, or do them a proper service here by like appreciating all their records in context. So I liked that one quite a bit. I listened to Laura Marling's "Alas I Cannot Swim," which I thought was fine. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not a great big fan of that particular style of
That's fine.
sleepy indie. I will say that I liked Song for Our Daughter considerably more than that album, at least. And I'm looking forward to revisiting that as well, because it's one of those records from this year that I've only heard once that I feel like needs.
If you liked Song for Our Daughter way more than The Last I Cannot Swim, I cannot recommend Semper Femina enough.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go through all our records because I've heard really good things about Once I Was an Eagle as well. So I've always been wanting to check that out, so I will probably just do them all. I will say, though, about Alas I Cannot Swim, the 3-song stretch of My Mannequin Eye, Night Terror, and The Catch in the Hourglass, I really liked that stretch of songs. It's really good. And yeah, so there's plenty to like on the record. I also listened to I'm in Your Mind Fuzz, another Saoirse Core album, which I liked quite a bit. I think it's my favorite King Gizzard record that I've heard so far, but I want to listen to some more of their stuff because I'm still not in love with them as a band. I think the record kind of loses steam in the back half of that album, but it's still pretty good. I listened to the Breeders Pod, another podcast album that August recommended. I really liked that record. Really, really, really superb album. So good. I don't even have much interesting to say about it. I just really liked it. I revisited The Violent Femmes self-titled, another podcast album. Great record, where I believe we're talking about that at some point in the future on the podcast as well, so I won't get into it. But a very good album. I listened to Carole King's Tapestry. Look, I don't even have enough superlatives for how fucking great this record is. Like, it is a classic record. I'm pleased to see that it has, unless in the final hours of our poll something horrible happens, then it emerged triumphant over Led Zeppelin in our poll. And deservedly so.
As she should, really.
It's a brilliant piece. It's a brilliant piece of singer-songwriter folk music, and it has a number of classic songs on it, and it should be required listening for everyone serious about the history of popular music in the last 50 years. Totally required listening. And yeah, that's pretty much my week.
So many surgical records.
Yeah, I've been trying to fill in some gaps.
It just makes me happy. Even though you didn't like Alas I Cannot Swim that much, it just makes me happy to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was fine. I thought it was good.
Yeah. No, I get that. My point was more that it's just getting out there and getting heard.
Yeah, totally, and happy to shout it out. Okay. So now we move to the part of the podcast where we actually talk about new releases.
Yeah, so
and no one has fun.
So first up on the table is, or on the chopping board, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it, is the new Taylor Swift album,
right?
Folklore. So I sense, Saoirse, that you want to lead this discussion.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I'm getting my popcorn now.
There's the tea that I'm serving.
Okay, serve away.
And here's the whiskey going in it.
Oh boy,
it's adventurous.
Okay,
I'm saving my alcohol.
I'm not.
This album sucks shit.
Let's go.
Taylor Swift, Canadian. I am hesitant to say pop queen because I feel like her last 3 albums before this have all been kind of bids.
She's Canadian?
I think she's Canadian.
I don't think that's
I want
true.
to double check that because I'm not sure that's
I'm like 90% sure she's from Nashville.
She's not Canadian. You have already got the Swifties and the comments.
In my head to make me think she was Canadian. I have no idea what this was. I think someone just lied to me many years ago, but that's fine.
That's so funny. We're off to a great start, everyone.
I'm glad I pointed that out.
I am hesitant to say pop queen, because I feel like her last 3 records have all been kind of bids to claim that title. And if you need to do that 3 times, I don't know if I can say that of you. Anyway, American pop star, Taylor Swift, icon of our times, cultural behemoth. Every time she releases a record, you cannot avoid its reach, even if you are the kind of person who just doesn't give a shit about top 40 music, unless you're Zach, there's no way you can't know it exists.
Even his timeline couldn't hide from this fucking thing, though.
It's everywhere.
Obviously started in country music and then through Red to 1989 transitioned into pop music, released some bangers along the way, I have to say, even throughout the country to pop scene she was in. That being said, I think her last 2 records stink awful garbage. I've talked before on this podcast about how much I hate Reputation. It was evidently a shallow grab at attention through that stylistic approach, and the fact that she then released Lover very soon afterwards. Like, if you look at the gap between 1989 to Reputation and then from Reputation to Lover in terms of time, it's striking difference. Which
Lover was very much a course correction.
Absolutely.
Or an attempt at that anyway.
And the release of Lover just makes, in my opinion, Reputation so much more clearly the shallow facade that it always was, and it makes itself look more like a shallow facade. So we then come to Folklore. And I just want to sort of unpack the cultural discourse Folklore has had, so you understand my mindset going into it. So it was a surprise record, had very little time to actually absorb the packaging of the album before listening to it. Packaging has always been very important to Taylor Swift records, from Red onwards, I would say. As I said in the Reputation review I did, packaging to Taylor Swift for a long time has been more important than the actual style of the songs on the record, in terms of what she has to say. So she drops this album called Folklore. It's in the woods, black and white, Bon Iver's on it. Everyone's like, wow, Taylor Swift dropped a folk record, which I had problems with, because I don't know how much I like the idea of such a sort of privileged pop star co-opting this form of the people as a costume.
Well, I want to just interject really briefly to
but
say,
I'm going to disagree with myself in a minute.
All right. Well, all I just want to say is that, like, I could be wrong here. I don't believe that Taylor ever billed this as a folk album. Like, the title clearly refers to this kind of storytelling aspect and the kind of the record,
absolutely,
less than folk music itself. But yeah, anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I actually think the title is a very similar attempt at what Reputation's title was, because Reputation was about Taylor Swift's reputation. This record is about the mythology around Taylor Swift. It is about Taylor Swift's folklore. It is not a folk record. It is an indie pop record, which comes with its own connotations of hypocrisy, but I'm not going to get into it. It is produced by Mr. Desner of The National, I believe.
Mostly by Desner. It's also got the production, about 5 or 6 songs that are produced by Jack Antonoff as well.
And I think Desner has a couple of songwriting credits on the album as well.
There's plenty of them. Most of the songs he produces, he's also got a songwriting credit on.
Sure.
I think there's only one song on the record that is solely credited songwriting-wise to Taylor Swift.
It would not surprise me, because the songwriting...
Not shocking.
Which doesn't mean to say that, like, she didn't write her lyrics or anything like that.
No, absolutely.
That she's a lyricist.
I would just say that the fundamental thing you have to know going into this record, that the whole lyrical perspective of this record is different to what we've seen before from Taylor. And in a way, my real problem with Taylor Swift's oeuvre is that she makes it kind of impossible to just talk about the music, because the music is so intertwined with Taylor Swift, the personality. And that's true on this record as much as any other record. In previous records, what we were seeing is Taylor saying, I resent the spotlight that I keep myself commodifying into opportunities for me to benefit financially, which has been part of my problems with the lyrics before. But I think what we see here is a lyrical perspective that is much more self-critical and much more willing to take on responsibility for one's own problems. That being said, do I want to hear Taylor Swift's next record after this in a way that is purely just great songs, of course. But I am very pleased to see that also the change in musical tone on this record does reflect the packaging. It is a holistic project. There is clearly a vibe Taylor Swift is going for. It's not just generic pop songs. That being said, I don't think it's a perfect record. I like it. I think it opens really strongly. Sort of the 1 through to Exile is a really strong run. But that being, I think that the 1 has some great sort of lyrics that introduce you to the general ideas of the album. Also, a much more mature outlook, not just in terms of the emotional maturity of the album. I think this is Taylor's most emotionally mature album. But it also, in terms of just what she's willing to talk about on the record, it shows much more of a willingness to sort of talk outside of that very toned down pop bubble of what lyrics can say. You see a lot of oblique metaphors in Cardigan, which has some great lyrics as well. Taylor Swift demonstrates on this album something that I think has been lacking from her music, but was really strong in the early years, which is a great turn of phrase, a great metaphor. You see it in flashes on sort of 1989 through to Lover, but this is the first album since like Red where that's really there all the time. That being said, when Bon Iver comes in on Exile, it is just like 10 times more the charisma that the rest of the record has.
I was going to say, it's, wow, suddenly this is a great song. Who knew?
Well, like, it's really surreal, like, hearing Justin on that song, because it's weird hearing him saying lyrics that Taylor has obviously written.
Yeah.
Because his lyricism is usually quite, like, oblique and quite abstract.
And not, you know, soaked in reverb and effects. Whatever stupid nonsense he throws on there.
I mean, that's another thing to mention. This has really busy production. There'll be songs where it's mainly a piano melody, but you'll hear scratching guitars very loose in the background the whole time, playing a very quick melody, or the bass playing a very fast noted melody, but always really far back in the mix. So it just sounds kind of cacophonous, which Phoebe Bridgers did really well on Punisher. Which already came out this year.
It's a very Dessner thing. Like, you can hear that kind of thing, although it's not as sharp sounding and like resonant here as it is on the last couple national records, but you can hear it on those as well.
I think you can start to really hear the national influence on the song Mirrorball, and it continues for the rest of the record. Before then, it feels like you just put the back catalogue of Taylor Swift in a blender, country stuff included. And from Mirrorball onwards, I feel the like indie national sort of indie rock influence.
I feel it much earlier in the record, and I think it's weird that you feel it on Mirrorball, because that's not one of the songs that Dessner produced. But there is like like, to me, like, it's very clear listening to this album which songs are produced by Dessner and which songs are produced by Antonov. Like, it's so obvious. But that may be just
like
the fact that
I'm not going to say
almost to a very disparate degree, almost upon re-listening.
I agree. I would never say that Mirrorball sounds like it was produced by Dessner, but I hear his influence rubbing off in terms of the composition.
Or at least, like, Taylor's love of the National rubs off, because she does love him, does rub off on a lot of the songwriting and a lot of these tracks.
I don't want to go on too much, but I will say I feel like This Is Me Trying is one of Taylor Swift's most vulnerable moments for years. Illicit Affairs is great. I like the song Betty quite a bit. But the song Invisible String, I think, is synecdoche for my problems and compliments in general for the album, which is it has a strong vibe, but the whole album does not need to be an hour long. At best, it could have been 35 minutes.
Someone to get to that.
At best,
it's so long.
It should have been a 35-minute record. It's not like the songs after that are bad. It's just the whole album itself is not good enough to sustain an hour. Like, the level of good is not an hour's worth of good.
Few albums are.
Yeah, and the thing to like be clear about here is that it's not that this album being over an hour long is inherently the flaw. The flaw is that it's over an hour long and it's very samey. Like,
absolutely.
And it feels twice as long as the feature-length record we're covering this week.
Yeah.
Wish I could say yes.
Like the
But what else?
limitations of the particular like stripped back and very atmospheric instrumental style that Taylor's adopting here, the limitations of that become apparent quite quickly. I think you've got to kind of be adding something characteristic or sharp to the songs to really like sustain the continued use of that aesthetic. And sometimes on a few tracks she does do that throughout the record, but there are plenty of songs, as many, where it feels like there was less time spent on them, and it was that she had a nugget of an idea that she liked, but if she had been a little bit more critical, then she would realize, okay, it doesn't really need to be on the album. It could be a bonus track, or you know what I mean? Like there's some songs here that are really like considerably well crafted, and there are other songs that just feel like retreats of certain ideas or sounds without like adding anything new or interesting to the aesthetic.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, after The Shape of You by Ed Sheeran became a hit, it kind of changed the way people put albums together. So it was the first song that really became a hit because you could buy a song individually on streaming. They didn't release it as a single. People just found it on the album. They bought it individually, and it became a hit. And since then, people are just like, we will just stuff the album full of a lot of shit because something might stick. But
It's
that being
also like the the Metallica rule, where after a certain point you get so big you can release albums that are feature length, and no one's going to stop you because you're Metallica or you're Taylor Swift or you're just allowed to just shit this stuff out.
Too big to fail.
It's the streaming thing. Like it's the whole streaming thing. Like all
Drake.
that matters in the streaming economy is not like, it's not even about how long the albums are. It's simply about how many songs there are. Because that's how it works. It's a pay-per-play system.
I mean,
it's a pay-per-play system.
It's why things like why people even have the term like skips or no skips. It's because of albums that are structured like this, where they're just so big and scattershot in terms of the quality of any individual song that, I mean, people like something off it, so
yeah,
you might as well just.
That's a really cogent point,
Yep.
August. You're right. Like the skips, no skips thing is a logical product of a culture where major releases are structured in a way where there's got to be as many songs as possible. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Can I just wrap up my thoughts because I'm pretty much done. Okay, so what I will say is overall, I think this is Taylor Swift's best record in a while. Overall, I like it. I think it is the arrival of a more mature version of Taylor. I think what we have seen is the last few albums, Taylor Swift increasingly trying to chase the like bad bitch energy, which people respond to that. So I get it, but I think that gig has run out most clearly on Lover, where you most clearly see her try to deviate from that image, and it looks like the course correction it is.
Yeah.
And I think I can't imagine that Taylor didn't see that, and it's just like I have run out of ways to bluff this. So
yeah, and that's the thing, like about being one of the biggest pop stars in the world as well. Like it all becomes about your image. Like you have to. Your image has to be at the forefront of your songwriting, of how you structure your albums, of how you kind of like thematically organize your work. And as a result, it all comes across like each section of her career comes across as feeling very corporate, like in some way. Like it's very much like, this is the album where I'm doing this because I need to do this to maintain my status, or like maintain how seriously I'm considered in whatever particular avenue of popular music I'm working in. And yeah, so like, and I'm not trying to say that that it doesn't feel as though this is like something that Taylor is seriously interested in, because it does. It's just that when you're so big, and when your last few albums have registered so clearly as these marketing driven decisions to kind of generate some kind of buzz or craft an image about you, that it becomes very easy to view your subsequent work through the lens of it seeming kind of disingenuous. and I can see Taylor kind of grappling with that a little bit here about trying to
I mean, some of the
make
lyrics
sure,
as well. Like, it's
yeah,
all over the lyrics.
it's trying to make sure that for her that people understand that, you know, she's serious about what she wants to do here. Like this is her trying, like you say, like this is a conscious effort to become or to shift towards being like a serious singer songwriter. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
like
but
a quote unquote
in a way,
serious musician.
I have said that part of what I don't like about Taylor's oeuvre is that it forces me, and I see your hand up, Jake. I'm trying to wrap up as quickly as I can. What I will say is that I know what I've complained about before is Taylor Swift makes it pretty impossible for me to talk about her music outside of her. I'm doing it again with this album, but I get the feeling that the next album I'm not going to be doing that if it is continuing this kind of vein. Not necessarily genre or tone, but just in terms of trying to write mature songs. Not to write off Taylor's pop songs. I think there are many great ones. But I think she's clearly hit a rut musically. And this is an album made by someone who is trying to go back to why they wanted to do this in the first place, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely feel that.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm done.
Okay, I have an epiphany hit me when you were talking about her image, and
Like
I
the
feel
song.
I should. Oh God damn it, motherfucker! I didn't intend that, but I'm going
Alright.
to just bounce off of Saoirse here and try to because I do have something to say in regards to how her image is presented, but I also just think I don't want to be terrifically redundant because my thoughts are basically the same, but I want to approach. I am more easily able to disengage myself from Taylor's projected image or the image that is being cast out at people that people are meant to receive. But I do want to comment on it. I once compared Taylor's approach to Reputation being like Kanye's approach to My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, and that the concept of the album is their own perceived version of their image that largely isn't really their image. Nobody thought that Kanye was like
but
that.
Like, in the case of both of those records, like it's a deliberate attempt to kind of like exaggerate or like cartoonize this version of like this public perception, and I mean that's one way in which, even though I think Reputation is a failure in a lot of aspects, I think that I kind of get like and understand what she was going for with that. Like I get that it was kind of like, you all see me in this particular way, like people are awful to me and like media and whatever, so I'm going to give you this like almost like parodic version of like what you seem to be wanting or what you seem to be seeing, and like to show you how ridiculous it is. So I kind of get that.
And it's funny to begin with to compare Taylor to Kanye considering their history, but I drew that comparison from the ether, and I say that because Folklore does, in a very weird tangential way, remind me of Reputation. It's just with a different aesthetic. I feel like this album is not really like the problem with Taylor's work, for me anyway, and I am probably the most familiar with her work other than Saoirse. Actually, I think Saoirse and I have roughly the same amount of familiarity with her.
You have listened through all of her albums through, and I have not, so I'd say you're...
Oh, okay. Well, the thing about... The reason I was fascinated with her to begin with was because the public is sort of enamored with her, and generally speaking, people who I consider to at least have some modicum of taste in music do gravitate towards a lot of her work, and I wanted to understand that. And even after Folklore, I do. I feel like she is able to sneak in something very genuine about, I think, the feminine dynamic that perhaps other artists of her kin maybe don't. There is sort of a like Taylor's level of slightly upper middle class privilege, I feel like makes her a lot easier to market. And I'm not trying to like take away her voice as an artist, because she does clearly have one. It's just that I feel like she has all the resources and the talent to be a genuinely great version of what she's going for. And that's kind of why I was so eager to listen to Folklore, because I was like, this aesthetic that she's going for and this like approach, this could work, and this could be a total fucking home run. It like this, just conceptually speaking. And you're right, it's not a folk album, not even close. People are, I think that Taylor did not claim it was, but the perception by a lot of people who don't listen to a whole lot of music is that it is. And, you know, not to come out and say, not to gatekeep or anything, that's not what I'm doing here. It's really more that this record has way more in common with the low-key pop albums, like the minimal, like Lana Del Rey, like Lorde, like Billie Eilish. And
I mean, yeah, I was going to bring up some of those artists, but I do think like because it's a complicated thing. Like there are folk songs on here, or like songs at least that take a lot aesthetically from folk music. Like there are acoustic guitar like ballad tracks on here that would not be remiss to call folk tracks, but yeah, just broadly, it's not a folk album. And
it's similar to, at least in my opinion, I view
it's more folk in spirit than in sound a lot of the time.
Yeah, the reason I say that though, like what I want to elaborate on is that her approach to albums, aesthetically speaking, and from just an image standpoint, is a lot like Eminem, in that all of his albums are half about something and half focus on something, and then the rest of it is just fucking whatever. Folklore is no different. It is half songs that you would expect to be on an album. When you see that cover and you hear that name, and a song that could be on Speak Now, a song that could be on Red, a song that could be on 1989, none that could be on Reputation.
I think that it's like just that these records bear a lot of similarities with those records,
because that
and it's an attempt to
produce
return
like a tire fire
records.
but
like I don't think there's anything on this album that doesn't sound like the cover.
Yeah. No, I'm that's not what I'm saying. And regardless of the intent, I don't care about the intent. The point is, when I sit down, when I listen to Folklore, I get an hour-long Taylor Swift album that is marginally better than some of her other albums, and reminds me of all of these other albums by other artists, all of these other albums by her, and I am sitting there thinking about the highlights, and I'm just like, God, there's a great record buried in here, and I just don't understand. Well, I mean, I partially understand because you all were talking about the whole streaming thing and the need to put out so many different tracks, and I can't fathom being at her level of success where, like Morgan mentioned Metallica, where they throw out a double album because they fucking can, because they're Metallica and they're going to make $1 billion fucking dollars because they're named Metallica. Taylor is not at a point where she needs to rely on industry tactics to do this shit, and she does, and this severely hurts the album.
The thing is, like, none of the artists who do this are at a point where they need to do that either. It's more a reflection of the show, I think.
Just to bring it to a cinematic territory, it's like M. Night Shyamalan making The Lady in the Water. Like, it's not because he needed to, it's because people didn't stop him.
I don't think this is anything like that, though, because this is an attempt to be taken legitimately seriously, whereas that movie was an attempt to kind of like do something that was purposefully uncool because he had the power and the ability to do
I'm not making the M. Night Shyamalan comparison.
Literally, I'm just comparing it to that single aspect of
Right.
And-
Okay.
Of what
And I'm not
happened.
making that comparison. The comparison that what I want to say here is that Folklore is an album that is winding in and out of itself, and when I take all of the bullshit away and just sit down, I'm just like, why am I listening to this beyond the fact? Like, what is happening when I am sitting down here listening to the music when I disregard all of the bullshit? And the reason is it's a bunch of, mid-tempo, decently written pop songs, and I am okay with this. I think that it is a consistent enough vision, despite the fact that Jack Antonoff's production and the national guy, can't remember his name at the moment, I think their production styles clash, not to the point where the album is uncohesive, because you can still feel their influences in each other. It's just that I can very much tell which songs are which, and I feel like that, again, hurts the album, because at least in this approach, what I think you should go for is something that feels very holistic and very consistent and very much in line with itself, which is why I hate how this is far and away Taylor's best written album. Lyrically speaking, this album is great.
I was gonna just say that.
I think the lyrics are super compelling.
But it's compelling. But like you mentioned that you can easily compare it to the other records. But the thing that separates that is because the lyrical perspective is so refreshing.
It's precisely because of that. And the problem here is the lyrics are still like, they don't know when to quit. Like the fact that this album just sort of runs together in this hodgepodge of like, it's enjoyable, but it's always to a point. It's like every bone I can throw this record comes with a single large caveat where I'm just sort of sitting there and I'm like, in the moment, I'm like, this is pleasant to listen to. I like the way this sounds, and it's a well-written song. And then I go to the next song and it's the same. And then I go to the next song and it's the same. And the only time I notice when it's not the same is when it is distractingly different production styles. And for an album like this, I feel like that is an Achilles heel. And I'm being way more negative than my opinion will actually reflect in my score, perhaps. But I just wanted to, I think that this is either this or Red is probably her best album, and I'm going to lean and say Red just because I think that album is more satisfying of a listen. Like I sit down, I hear that, and I feel, and it has better, higher points. I feel like Folklore is maybe a more consistent record. That said, it's also a consistently more blasé record. It is so agonizingly close to being something that I think is genuinely compelling. And it just, the songs have very formed, definitive ideas and structures, and the fact that there's so fucking many of them is one of the biggest damn problems.
Yeah,
and it's so frustrating because there is a parallel universe in which Jake loves this album, in which it's great. But when you release an album like this, in a year where you have Laura Marling's new album, in a year where you have Phoebe Bridgers' new album, what even is Folklore at this point? What does this album give me that I cannot get even in Taylor's own oeuvre, that I can't get from the last National record or the Phoebe record or the Laura record?
The difference is, and this is not necessarily paying the record a compliment, but those other two records are not attempts to be successful, in terms of the mainstream. They're very almost to the point where they are unfriendly in a lot of ways, whereas this is the friendly, the cleaned up, the direct, the pop songwriting version of that kind of thing.
So this music with all the good things not there.
Well,
all the things that I like about those albums.
If Held Down had been released by Taylor Swift, it would have been a hit. Just it Held Down by Laura Marling is an amazing.
No. But I'm not trying to suggest those records aren't good, but like
I know.
think
I was just making a
it's a
separate
bit
point.
disingenuous to like say why is this not Laura Marling or why is this not Phoebe Bridgers when it's very clearly going for an entirely different thing.
No, that's what I'm saying though, is that it's trying to, but it doesn't give me anything that those albums don't.
Sure.
It's not that I'm disappointed that it's not those albums. It's that it's trying to be a singular. It's like when Hollywood learns the wrong lessons from movies when they say, "Oh, this movie was good. Let's make 20 more just like it." Instead of this movie was good and people liked it because it was different. That's why people like it. I don't care if it's like these or not. What I care about is if I am getting something out of it. And the tragedy of Folklore is that despite all of its many strengths that it does have, its definitive songwriting, it's mostly very enjoyable production. It's just that when I view it from a distance, it just feels like nothing. It feels weightless.
No, I get that. I basically agree. I just like trying to be a bit more I don't know.
I mean, look, at this podcast.
I don't
is
want
for
this to be a
nothing
dog
else.
pile.
This podcast is for nothing else. It is for us having huge disagreements over very minor points.
It's not even a dog pile because I do like the album. It is
Yeah,
a
I like
pleasant
the record
listen.
as well. It's a good record.
It's just got too many problems for me to go back and listen to it on its own, not for this podcast, that breaks my heart.
What I mean, I guess, is that I don't want it to be a review where we all say it's a good album, but spend 90% of the time talking shit about it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I mean,
I
from my perspective,
have
I think
bad news.
Yeah,
I have very bad news.
I think I've talked a lot about why I like the record.
And I want to talk a bit about why I like it too, even though I think I pretty much have the same feelings generally as the two of you.
Well, go forth.
Seriously.
Like clearly this is an attempt, like the deaf production hand of Aaron Dessner suits Taylor's more singer-songwriter approach here. She's eschewing some of the more like forthright pop structures of the last couple of records, specifically Lover, and it's formatting and it's largely an attempt to legitimize herself, I think, as a quote-unquote serious musician. Lyrically, I think Taylor's limitations as a writer, her tendency to draw from a very particular well of cliches and dramatic sentiments, are less guarded and more visible here, but I think that the prettier and more tasteful arrangements go a long way to making this forgivable and even at times apt for the songs. I think the best stretch of the record is the superb opening salvo from The One to Exile. 4 absolutely excellent indie songs that bear Dessner's unmistakable influence. Note the similarity of the piano melody on Cardigan to that of the National's song Exile Vilify, for example. Almost identical melody. The influence of Lana Del Rey is particularly noticeable here as well. And so the immediate comparison that comes to mind, and I think likely a huge influence on the direction of this record for Taylor, is Norman fucking Rockwell from last year, which took a similar approach in terms of, relatively speaking, stripping back the pop bombast for something more earnest, lived in, and reminiscent of like this particular brand of 70s singer-songwriters that that Lana and Taylor have kind of always claimed that they've drawn influence from. And this seems to be something that is becoming more and more fashionable for pop stars. So I would say expect this trend to continue. I would not at all be surprised, for instance, if this is the kind of direction that, say, Lorde takes on her long-awaited third LP. The Last Great American Dynasty is a fantastic, well-structured and insightful piano ballad. It's an example of many moments on the record where Taylor adopts the perspective of someone other than herself, either a real person or in this instance, or a character. And obviously, these are all self-inserts to an extent, people to whom Taylor feels an affinity, but given some distance can be a little bit less dramatic in her writing. The Justin Vernon featuring breakup ballad Exile rounds out the superb opening run, and it's probably the best song on the album, I would say. In fact, I'd say it definitely is the best song on the album. It's a genuinely moving and emotional track with a gently swelling progression. Its conclusion is probably the most melodramatic moment of the record, but it works beautifully as a kind of emotional climax of the record's arc up to this point. And I think as well, I was struck with the notion that these first 4 tracks would make a superb EP just because they have like a real sense of progression from 1, 2, 3, 4, like a beginning, middle, end sort of thing. But anyway, the record does continue from this point. And it becomes clear fairly quickly that the palette of sounds Taylor's working with is fairly limited, as I've said, and frankly not enough to sustain the quantity of material here. 5th track, My Tears Ricochet, is comfortably the best Antonov production contribution because it's the only one that I like. It's a standout of the record, and it's a very good song. I do think, though, that after this track is a point, as the midsection of the record is a real lull. I think some of the worst tracks are here in the midsection. The track 7 is pleasant enough, but basically sounds identical to Cardigan. The Antonov
not as good as the
Productions,
movie anyway.
yeah, the Antonov Productions August and This Is Me Trying sound baggy and muddy to me. And maybe I'm the only person who thinks this, but I think that Illicit Affairs, the acoustic ballad, is an absolute bore of a song. The worst song.
You're not the only
album.
one.
Not alone.
But
I'm alone and liking it. Okay.
But I do think that
Checkmate.
after this song, the record does find a second wind towards the end. I like the acoustic finger picking and lilting melody of Invisible String. It sounds much fresher and more invigorated than anything that had come before, but because the way that the acoustic ballad here is produced is much more compelling than the way it's produced on Illicit Affairs right before it. It's not a great song, but it's pretty good. Mad Woman is a great sort of example of the contrast in terms of when this record works in one sense and when it fails in another sense, because it's lyrically energized and sarcastic. It's really, really compelling lyrically, but Dessner's instrumental on this song basically saps all of the energy out of the song's sentiments. It's indistinct, it's atmospheric, it's plain, it's toothless in a way that this particular song doesn't. The song needs something that has a little more grit to it because of how like how much venom and like genuine passion there is in Taylor's lyricism on the song, and sarcasm. Like I said, it just there's just an incongruity between the sentiment and the sound on this song. It really bugs me because I wanted to really like that song. I think the song Epiphany is fantastic though. I really enjoy the slow pace of the vocal delivery here. And of all the parts on the record where Taylor tries to be overtly emotionally affecting, I think this is the song where it succeeds the most. Where am I? Some have suggested this is a COVID ballad, though it's clear that lyrically, while you can draw this thread, it's a little more personal than that for Taylor, and it is to her credit that the songwriting on the song is sufficiently sophisticated as to offer a number of interpretations. And I think this feels like one of the fullest realizations of this kind of quote unquote serious songwriter mode that Taylor tries to adopt throughout the record. If you want to be a serious songwriter, you've got to be smart in your writing. You've got to write in a way where it's not necessarily immediately clear, like all the layers of the things that you want to say, whereas Taylor writes very two-dimensionally a lot of the time. And it's like when you have a pop musician who writes pop songs trying to write like a singer-songwriter record, those limitations become like quite apparent and they can sink your album. And it's to Taylor's credit that for the most part on this record, she succeeds in giving a lot of these songs depth. But it's especially strong on Epiphany. The love ballad Betty continues a love triangle story that's established in earlier tracks on the record, and it's another one of the record's stronger and more moving character studies. There's a few of these character studies on the album, and I like this aspect of Taylor's writing. I'm not a fan. One thing I will say though is that as compelling as the song is, I'm really not a fan of the key change at the very end of the song. It's weird, like it feels a bit incongruous and just slightly off with the rest of the song. And it's not enough to ruin the song for me because I still like that song quite a bit, but it just is such a bizarre decision.
Quite abrupt.
It's a bizarre decision, and it just really rings false. The final two songs, I think, end the record on a bit of a whimper. Peace has some kind of reasonably strong writing that anchors an otherwise lifeless, barely melodic whimper of a track. And then Closer Hoax has another one of those plaintive Dessner piano melodies that are just all the way over this record, and it's barely distinguishable from any of the other ones. It ends the record on a dour and sleepy note, and it encapsulates its limitations as a whole. This is a record that's working with a sparse toolkit that, if it were employed effectively and in conjunction with consistently sharp writing, could be very deeply, deeply affecting. But when stretched thin and with so much redundancy as here, it ultimately feels a bit like a slog, especially on repeat listens, I think, which is where this record's limited staying power really becomes apparent. It's not a record that holds up to like intense scrutiny. Like, I can understand there was a lot of like, as soon as this came out, it was like, holy shit, Taylor's made like her masterpiece, or like Taylor has like really like focused on making like a consistently fascinating and like layered record. But I think like you only have to listen to it a few times, I think, to realize that that's not really the case for the most part. It's just that Taylor has tried to adapt her strengths as a pop songwriter, develop them a little bit, but what has resulted is something that feels ultimately transitional. And yeah, and that's like what you said, Saoirse. You said that if she follows this up with a more fully realized version of this direction, then it could potentially be a great album. And I think so too.
Thank you for putting my words into more eloquent phrasing, by the way.
I
That's
think
what I was trying to say, but better.
You said it perfectly. Like, that's exactly what I got away when got away from when you said it. But I do think that like I'm maybe a bit pessimistic in the sense that like this seems like maybe like Taylor's only 30, right? She's still young for some reason. Like on this record, it can be easy to forget that she's still so young. But like,
she's been around for forever.
Yeah, and she has been around forever as well. It feels like she's been around for 2 decades, even if she hasn't. But yeah, I would not be surprised if Taylor changes direction completely after this and goes back to pop music. If, you know, she just strikes me as the kind of like, when you're a big artist like this, you try to do something different, or you try to do something like that's going to reignite people's attention with each new album cycle. And so it seems unrealistic to me that she would potentially want to go further in this direction where you're basically not making pop singles at all, really. But if she did, that would be bold. And I think that Taylor potentially has the potential to kind of fuse this less pop, more indie direction with some more of the immediacy of her stuff on Red, which I still think is her best album, even though I think that album is equally too long. But yeah, like ultimately, I guess, just to sum up, it feels transitional. Like, there's lots of good ideas here. There's lots of good demonstration that Taylor's a little bit more, has a little bit more dimensions in her songwriting than her last few records may have suggested. But it just feels like the first step in a new direction rather than a fully realized statement. So it would be really interesting to see what happens next. And I'm glad this record is getting some love. And I'm even more glad, a lot of people have said, like, you know, regardless of whether you like the record or not, one thing that's cool about it is that it's introducing a lot of young people to singer-songwriter artists, bands like The National, and then solo artists like people who have mentioned, like Phoebe Bridgers and Laura Marling, and all kinds of people of that ilk are kind of getting more attention now from people, from young people who may not be familiar with that world of music at all. So it's quite a cool side effect this album is having. And so I can't like complain about it. I'm thrilled to be listening to a new Taylor Swift album and enjoying it. It is not something that has happened for a while. I'm glad it exists, and I'm glad that I got a chance to speak about it.
I think glad that it exists is a good way to describe it, because
No, I just want to say, like, I know I've spoken a lot, but I just want to add something very final, or a couple of things very final, like 2 things. And one is that I know you said that, like, you don't want this to be a lot of people coming and saying, I like this, but. The thing is, this album has been met with critical acclaim. It is at 89 on Metacritic, which is crazy. The reason that the Pitchfork review, which was an 80%, has been dogpiled, was because it brought it down from a 90 to an 89 on Metacritic. There's a
Fucking
certain
idiots.
You
There's
just
a
pop in the Jack Nicholson and Batman. Like, wait till they get a load of me.
yeah. I mean, there's a certain brand.
Morgan is going to bring the Metacritic score down like 10 points.
I'll follow you on Metacritic.
Mr. Metacritic.
I would love nothing more.
Yeah. But the fact is, like, if any, like, this has been embraced to 5-star levels by brands of 16-year-olds and 25-year-olds separately.
Yeah, sure. No, I get what you're getting at completely, Saoirse, and you're right. I just mean like that for the sake of our reviews, I want our feelings about the album to be consistent with like whether we say it's good or bad. But
absolutely.
Swifties,
but the second thing I just want to add very quickly, if that's okay.
Please, yeah.
There's a podcast I listen to about movies called the Arrow Video Podcast that does Arrow Video releases. And the thing they do is they recommend movies to watch if you like this movie. And I want to do the same thing because this is a big artist embracing a new genre that I think could do with more eyes. So I just want to suggest to people who like this album, who love this album, seek out Punisher, seek out Laura Marlings, and also Stick and Poke's Never Going Home, because that's a great.
I suggest people who like this album seek out a therapist.
Okay, Swifties, turn away now. Log off. Because it's time to go. It's time to get Swifty.
I'm going to come to New Zealand and fucking kill you. I swear to God.
In his defense, he has none.
It's Stop saying.
Tell the Swifties to log off, and you make a Rick and Morty. I have never been more disappointed in you in my life.
Rick and
it just like Swifties. It just made sense in my head at the time. Look, let's go. Who Morgan and August? Who wants to go first?
No. You want to go alphabetically?
August just said fucking no, so I guess Morgan.
Morgan, you go.
No, I can go.
All right, fuck it. August goes.
We'll do alphabetically because this album sucks shit.
That's what I said.
Yeah. I didn't start taking notes on this album until about 4 songs in because I was just met with a wall of nothing. Like, I know I was a little underwhelming in my perspective on Phoebe Bridgers, but at least she had the decency to make her album 40 minutes long and make it feel like a genuine expression of human emotion. Something devoid on this album, because whenever I hear, like, in a section of, like, 10 to 15 seconds, I can't help but picture a boardroom full of women who look like Hillary Clinton in her 30s with just, like, different sets of hair.
August always brings his A game to this podcast.
It just feels like a team of scientists engineered this album to feel like some singer-songwriter, take me seriously now bullshit expression. And it just lacks all soul or humanity. Even Bon Iver's feature can't save it. And yeah, that joke's tired and overused, but this album's tired and overused.
Already.
Lyrically.
I hate how I don't really disagree with anything you're saying.
Absolutely.
I was laughing more at the Bon Iver.
Yeah. Lyrically, though, this album just sounds like a bunch of lame post-breakup schlock. And there's, like, some suggestion of, like, some greater point with songs like Last American Dynasty or whatever it's called. You know the one.
Yeah.
That,
and
like,
that's what it's called, so I do know the one.
Yeah, no, I don't remember what it's called, okay? I didn't store any brain space.
I thought you were going to say, I didn't listen to this.
That would be
God,
nice.
That album cover,
That would
like,
have been the best joke if just like I refused.
No, but yeah.
Oh, God.
I don't know. It just feels like the point you mentioned, Jake, earlier about how this album feels like kind of half its own thing and half just a bunch of other, like everything else Taylor Swift has ever made. It just feels like a collection of B-sides she just had tuned up by whatever producer she liked that week, because production-wise, this album is just all over the place. There's so many like little stylistic variants. It can sound like really muddy to being really clean. Just doesn't, I don't hear a consistent voice across this whole album.
This is why I
just-
said that I thought the first 4 songs would make a great EP, because that's the only stretch on the record where the sound and the writing and everything feels consistent across those 4 songs.
No, I mean, I think,
And then after that,
I
it's
wouldn't
just
say it
spotty.
would
It's
make a-
inconsistent completely.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that would make a great EP because those songs make me want to go to sleep, but
It
to
would
make
be
an EP that
it
would
would
be
be
better
like
than
15
this.
minutes long, and who would care? Like,
15 minutes long. I could actually listen to it more than twice, which
Like,
is
oh, I
all
could-
I could muster.
It's like, oh, I can skip my melatonin for the evening. This is nice.
Yeah,
Just knock me right out.
Oh.
I want to sleep.
that was for the song Epiphany, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, beyond the, like, some aesthetic and songwriting differences on, like, maybe a 25% of this album, I don't get what's so special about this album that makes people just lose their absolute shit and go nuts, like ape shit for it.
I think it's like it's like a reflection of like a deep desire that people have had for Taylor Swift to make something
Yeah.
tolerable. It's like they've wanted it so bad. They wanted to
To
like,
make something tolerable.
they've wanted it so bad, and like so they'll just take this and they'll run with it.
No,
I don't.
I don't think you're
disagree.
wrong.
I
I don't think you're wrong at
I
all.
recently had my sister stay with me, and I follow her on Spotify. I see her listen to Taylor Swift all the time, and I mentioned to her that even though I hated her last 2 albums, I enjoyed this a bit. And she was like, "Well, I quite liked her last 2 albums." And I was just like, "How?"
It's exactly like
It's
Lana Del Rey. It's
heartbreaking.
exactly like Lana Del Rey. You have an artist who makes like, just asinine shit for years, but like is so beloved by so many people, and you just like you can see the potential there, and you want it so badly that like even just a hint at a moving towards a serious. So like the bar for what makes a good singer-songwriter record is so high if you're a nobody, but it's so low if you're a pop singer.
So true.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I guess my final kind of thought is like, on a performative and compositional level, sure, you can say this album's fine. At the very most, that's what I'll give you, but
It ain't no My Teenage Dream Ended.
it ain't no My Teenage Dream Ended. I need a goddamn soul in a record before I can even begin to engage with it.
I want to get August a shirt that says it ain't no my teenage dream ended.
I was thinking that.
He just has a different beloved album on the front of his shirt every single week, and on the back it says "It ain't no my teenage dream ended," and
This
it's
is like My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy one week. It's The Wall the next week.
Yeah. August, I'm so disappointed you have taken off your fucker cap for this, because it would have been perfect.
please
Put it
return.
on. Yeah, there we go. That's
Well,
better.
don't worry, it's gonna go back on. It's
Good.
gonna
Oh,
go
good.
back on.
Oh,
for
it's
our,
gonna go back on.
for a review we're doing after this.
Can't wait.
Okay.
I wonder which one it could be.
But yeah, Morgan,
Morgan.
please.
Yeah, I have not even resembled anything towards burying the lead on this. I hate this album so much. It's just
Popcorn, anyone?
I can't. This is gonna sound super high and mighty, but I can't help but feel like Tyler's sentiment of like this is just people have been clamoring for so long for Taylor Swift to release anything listenable that once they get a hint of it, just a breath of it, which is all this album is in the first 4 songs, once they get that, they're like, oh, this is her masterpiece. This is the defining indie statement of the generation.
I really agree with that.
It's just like not even the dollar store version of The National. It's like if The National was hijacked Twin Peaks season 2 style by a TV executive, and they botched the last half of the album completely.
Yeah. One thing that breaks my heart is like, as great as it is that this might be getting a bunch of teenage girls into The National, it also breaks my heart that like August must listen to this and think The National are the worst band of all time.
Yeah, and explaining what makes like I Am Easy to Find great and life-changingly amazing, and what makes this record suck when they sound so similar is like a Herculean task.
Well,
because I can't point straightforwardly to why those records are so wildly different in terms of quality, but so similar in terms of sonic sounds and composition.
The biggest difference is Brian Devendorf, the drummer of the National.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
100%.
I would also suggest Taylor Swift's flow is super recognizable. And it's all over this record, and it sounds nothing like The National.
Yeah.
I know, but I Am Easy to Find has a lot of like female voices on it, which I think is where like the one of the reasons why it's the closest comparison in terms of national records to this one is like that's the record where they're like at their most expansive in terms of sound.
Variance, yeah.
But anyway, like even on a basic compositional level, I Am Easy to Find makes this look like it's a child's plaything. It's not even close. The songs on that record are so much more immediately interesting and sort of complex in ways that this doesn't even vaguely gesture at. I mean, like you can... So the parts of this album that I find tolerable and that everybody in here at least seems to like the most are the first 4 tracks. Well, I certainly agree that that is the best part of the album. I still hate it. It's so dull. Cardigan is such a basic ass Lana Del Rey ripoff. An artist who has been ripping off so many artists for like a living for the past
the funny thing is
years.
like I think I don't remember who it was, but I think someone complimented the writing on that song, and I think like has some of the worst lyrics on the album, to be honest.
I hate
I
like
said
the song.
it had what I said was it had some of the like I don't know if it's what I said. I can't fucking remember. What I think is that it has some interesting metaphors, but I would never say it is astonishingly written.
Hang on. You continue, Morgan. I'm going to bring the lyrics up because there's a few I want to.
I don't think that really any of the songs on this record are astoundingly written. I thought there were a couple of lines that I thought were interesting.
Sure,
and I mean
definitely. I agree. Even on the worst moments, there.
And
when you were young, they assume you know nothing. But I knew you dancing in your Levi's, drunk under a street light. I knew you.
But that's classic Taylor.
That's some 5 seconds of summer shit.
But like the whole like when I felt like I was an old cardigan, you put me on and said I was your favorite. Like what a weird metaphor that is.
What does that mean? I hate it. I hate this.
Look, I'm just going to say, as a cardigan wearer, I have a cardigan I was wearing today here, but it's a record-setting heat day in UK today, so I'm not wearing it. But this is my today's cardigan. I kind of get that.
Yeah.
Sure. It resonates with me. I'm a cardigan person.
But
I would just never think to compare someone that I love and brings me great comfort to a piece of clothing.
Well, I guess it helped because he drew stars around her scars.
Oh, that's some tears in my diary.
It's bad.
I'm gonna vomit.
No, I
No,
am.
And this is the thing.
Yeah,
This is the
go on.
thing about this record is I listened to this 3 times trying to meet it halfway
Yeah.
as its sort of own artistic independent statement, completely irrelative of the albums that came before it. And the only things I could think of were, while listening to the album, were just like, this is just everything she's ever done through a different filter, and it feels completely disingenuous, and I don't care to listen to it. It just feels like
No.
Lover or Red or 1989 filtered through Brian, or not Brian, it's one of the fucking brothers in the National. Who cares at this point?
Doesn't
Well,
matter.
both of the Dessner brothers worked on this, Bryce and Aaron.
Further proof that it doesn't matter which one it is.
Well, they're twins, so you would
There
never
you
be able
go.
to tell the difference.
Well, I mean, look, it's one of them, and I don't care which, because I want to listen to their music.
Yeah.
Just for the entertainment value of this run, next time I'm in Kentucky, I'm buying Morgan a drink.
One thing I
whichever way
will
it
say,
goes.
Thank you.
One thing I will say is I was talking to a friend yesterday in real life about this record, and like we were both talking about how like we really liked it when Justin Vernon showed up on Exile, and we started talking about how because Aaron Dessner and Justin Vernon have a side project called Big Red Machine, which is like they've released one album a couple of years ago, and they've just recently finished recording the follow-up to their album. And so basically we talked about Folklore for about 30 seconds, and then we talked about the possibility of a new Big Red Machine album for 5 minutes. And so basically that was what this conversation about this album was like, oh, okay, Bon Iver was on this. Like, I'm excited
That's
about...
just a microcosm of it.
Yeah.
Everything extracted from Folklore is so much more interesting than the actual album.
Why do you think I spent so much time talking about Taylor Swift before I got to the
If you
fucking
meet it
record?
at face value, it's kind of worse because it doesn't really it doesn't really give you much.
But I still believe the next Taylor Swift record it won't be, but it could be like the one I love.
It's just going to be Lover again. It's going to be a
Yeah,
complete 180
probably.
on this style. I mean, I have no faith in her whatsoever at this point.
I don't really.
It could be. I don't
We'll
think
see.
it will.
Look, benefit of the
Could be.
doubt.
I would like it to be.
You know what? Whatever it is, I'm probably going to hate it. So
Yeah.
That's
The
not
thing
an
is, your
unfair
opin-
supposition.
Your opinion on the record, Morgan, is exactly when I was just presented with packaging and what people were saying about it, what I was worried I would think, like word for word, what I was worried I would think. But I still agree with you. And I think differently, and I feel weird about it.
yeah,
Okay.
No, honestly, like I feel like I agree with Morgan and August more than I agree with myself 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
I can't explain
I mean,
this.
this is the biggest takeaway that I got from the record is that time is not going to be kind to it at all.
No.
There are going to be all sorts of opinions and tweets years from now with like 100,000 likes that are like, Folklore wasn't really all that, was it? And I was like,
Yeah. Can we just say that, like, guys, I love that people are so into music and so passionate about what they love because that is what makes my world go round, people being passionate about art. That being said, stop, like, curating your definitive, like, take, statement, opinion an hour after the album has been released. My timeline was full the night it dropped of, oh, it's their best. Oh, this is the best record of the year. Oh, this, oh, that hyperbolic nonsense all around. And I'm like, you have, like, it has only been out for an hour. You can't have even actually completed a full listen of this yet.
It's just a social thing. People want to ride the wave of the hype. People want to be a part of that. People want to be tweeting.
But
like
that's why we're covering it, you know? Because
Yes.
I mean, it's why I listened to it straight away, so I could tweet about it as well. Like, I wanted to be part of the wave too.
I mean,
Sure,
luckily
that's
for
what I
us,
did.
just because we happen to do this podcast a week after most albums are dropped, we are forced to spend a week digesting an album just because most albums drop on a Friday, and that's when we record.
and it lets us stew on our thoughts. It lets us listen to it. I think the most pivotal time when you listen and form an opinion on an album is between your first and second listen. It's not even while you're listening to the album. It is how you process it that first time, and then how you contextualize how you've processed it after the second time.
I think we should move on, unless Morgan has
We've
anything
talked it
else you
out.
wanna-
We've
you wanna
talked out
add.
the record to an astonishing degree. Let's move on.
Yeah, well, we got off on a tangent, but the point I was making about the first 4 songs is largely that they're the best part of the record, and they still suck ass, and I hate them. But the rest of the record is like the most mind-numbingly dull thing I have heard that it was not put out by Drake. I was just
Drake singer-songwriter album win. Drake needs to like make his blood on the tracks.
No, he doesn't. Stop
I'll
talking.
jump into the trash
No, he doesn't.
compactor at work. I'll do it.
And the worst part about it is it doesn't even have the good grace to be consistently boring. I mean, they sound like they're from like 5 different projects cobbled together through the same boring ass lens and
You're
thrown
right.
on the album with complete irrespect to the way that albums work or are structured.
The one thing we haven't mentioned as well is that this is basically Taylor's quarantine album, like effectively. So now, don't you feel like crap for shit talking Charlie XCX's quarantine album when it was 35 minutes long and bangers from front to back?
No, I still don't feel bad.
Yeah,
Worth
I
a
gave it
shot.
a.
Look, it was worth a shot.
I gave that album a 5 out of 10. That is the best it's ever going to get from me. And I am going to be so much harsher to this album.
Oh boy, you do not know what is coming for you, Taylor Swift.
Do you want to know something dumb? Now that Taylor's mentioned Drake, I know where the idea that Taylor Swift was Canadian came into my head, and it's because I confused the two of them for a moment.
With this record, she has become the Drake of pop music. Well, no, Drake is the Drake of pop music, isn't he?
Let's not think about this too much.
No more.
Scores, favorite tracks.
I'm glad I've gotten to the bottom of this mystery. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
And now we can move on.
What a nice way to wrap up the discussion in a circular fashion.
All right, let's move on. Let's just do some jams and tea shit because I don't think this is going to be particularly long for anybody.
Jams and tea order. Favorite 3 and least favorite and score. Let's go.
All right, favorite tracks: Mirror Ball, Exile, Epiphany.
Mirrorball's so bad. Mirrorball's so bad, guys. I can't believe we didn't even talk about Mirrorball. That song sucks.
I like Mirror Ball.
You mentioned
fucking sue me.
I was too busy talking about how everything else sucks.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
my least favorite track is either 7 or Illicit Affairs. I don't care enough to pick between them. My rating is the most tentative and light 6 out of 10.
Fun.
Brilliant.
That's August then.
Well, had Sam Hunt not released Southside, this would be a serious contender for worst album of the year.
No, Southside's considerably worse.
Southside's, I wouldn't say considerably, but this album's like at least twice as good.
I mean, there's no song on this record that's as bad as Body Like a Back Road.
That's true.
That's not a high bar. Not a high bar.
Songs on Southside.
I would if someone said this was worse than Southside, or that it was a song worse than Body Like a Back Road, I would have to stage a coup.
Anyways,
go on, August.
3 favorite tracks. Chinese Satellite.
I knew it.
You motherfucker! You stole my bit for the next one. Son of a bitch.
Least favorite song is going to be August, if only because that song bears my name. Now I will forever have to be associated with this album.
Tyler called this last week.
I did. Okay, very good. What's your score, August?
Fuck it, 2. 2 out of 10. Fuck this album. I hate it.
August? Is that your
Awful.
lowest rating so far? That is your lowest rating so far.
Wow.
Oh wow!
I
Rated
couldn't.
Lamb of God. Your previous lowest was Lamb of God at 3.
And
Yeah, I
yeah.
prefer to listen to the Lamb of God album
Yeah.
any day of the week.
No, I mean, the Lamb of God album has things happening on it.
Yeah, so does the Sports Team record. That is like good songs, which I don't
Yeah.
think August thinks exists on this record.
I don't care about any of that. What I care about is that those 2 records are shorter than this one by like 20 minutes.
Yep, that helps.
That too.
Mm.
Okay, Morgan, favorite
Yeah.
tracks.
I think Exile is really the only song that I have anything nice to say about. So that one. And for my least favorites, I really do loathe Cardigan from the bottom of my soul. But I do want to make a shout out to Betty because I think that song sucks the drain pipe gutter of my house. I hate it.
Wow.
I think it's just faux.
I love women from the male perspective.
Yeah, that's the thing. I saw someone I knew tweet that people were saying that this album was important for like writing, for being a woman, writing from like a sexually interested perspective about women. And this is my friend Millie, by the way. And Millie mentioned Laura Marling's Semper Femina, which has many songs written erotically about women by a female artist. That is revolutionary because Laura Marling is, from what I can tell, a straight woman writing from a female perspective erotically about women. This is the character in this song is a man.
Yeah.
Referred to by name as James.
Yeah, there's people
Yeah,
on Genius saying that, like, actually, like, what Taylor really means is,
No,
What
it's,
Kanye really meant by that statement was,
put a
no, it's-
GoPro on his dick.
It's faux folk nonsense, and the existence of the harmonica in the track makes me want to do violent things, and I loathe it.
I have a harmonica next
what's
to
your
me.
score?
Morgan, you need to calm down.
No, I don't. You need to kiss my ass.
It was a Taylor Swift reference.
I think he
No, it
knows.
wasn't. Shut up.
Thank you.
Purely
Perform-
sarcastically. I love you.
Performative wokeness can get fucked.
Morgan,
Well,
what
yeah,
is your
obviously.
score for this album?
See, I gave Reputation a 1. And I don't want to give this a 2 because I do think Reputation is marginally worse than this.
Yep.
So I'm gonna give it a 2.5.
All right,
Nice.
Wow.
fair enough.
Wow.
A return
I
to
don't-
form for Taylor Swift.
What?
A return to
What?
form. Morgan's like the pull quote that the press take away. A return to form for Taylor.
Yeah. Shit.
I'm gonna praise a lot of
Bullshit.
songs that people have slagged off, and I'm sorry.
No, please. I'm gonna give this a positive rating as well. So let's
Yeah.
solidarity, Saoirse.
So top 3, I'm gonna say Exile.
Solidarity
say-
after making fun of Mirrorball, asshole.
I'm gonna say Mirrorball, and I'm gonna say Illicit Affair. That being said, there are many other songs I like, so don't judge me, you cunts. And my least favorite song is probably Peace. I'm giving it a 6.
Okay. I'll keep it quick. My 3 favorite tracks are Exile, My Tears, Ricochet, and Epiphany. My least favorite track is Illicit Affairs, and I'm gonna give this album 5.5.
Wow. So that is an average of 4.4, which I'm sure Twitter is going to love us for.
They've people have stopped watching at this point. Who care?
Yeah.
That is one of like 4 records we've rated negatively.
That
It's a
is
shame. They won't get to hear me talk about the next one.
that is the most negative, I believe, average rating.
No,
Okay.
not by I don't think it is.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Can't
it
be.
is.
4.7, 4.8, 4. He's right.
Wow. Okay.
Worst album.
Laura
is-
Abraham for the win.
I'm gonna get more beer. I will be right.
Oh, hang on. That was just from the new releases. Farrah Abraham, we gave. Oh no, still higher than Farrah Abraham. That was
Yeah.
4.9.
I
Yeah,
told
yeah.
you so.
Yeah.
Wait, what about our B sides? What about our B sides?
There's
Uh,
definitely lower in the
Yeah,
base
on chorus at 1.5.
Yeah. Let's
Like-
let's not worry about that. We're recording at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna get beer. I'll be right back.
Let's do a
Yeah,
short
I'm
break.
gonna go get.
Yeah, when we
Get
come back, we're
food.
talking about the next Logic album.
All right. Next, we're
Welcome
discussing.
to Why God Why.
Bringing
Next,
out
we're
the alcohol,
discussing
baby.
an album that takes me back to my middle school days. So I better put on this hat because it's very reflective of that. We're getting into the one, not the only, but the one, Logic. A rapper who has been making noise since about the year 2008 with a series of mixtapes entitled the Young Sinatra series, which gained him.
Already angry.
Oh, it's a dumb title. Don't get me wrong. I'll get to that. But with this series of mixtapes, he's spent his whole career building on this very grassroots, relatable, quirky guy foundation. And recently it was announced that for purposes of him now being a father and wanting to focus on his paternal responsibilities.
No, and wanting to focus
the-
on his Twitch stream.
Yeah, I was about to say focusing on the multi-million-dollar Twitch
And
deal he has.
Focusing on his multi-million-dollar Twitch deal. That is a fair point.
Motherfucker's not going to be doing shit with his kid. He's going to be playing
Oh.
fucking whatever the kids play.
Fortnite.
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 No, but this
With
is at
Chance
least
the
how-
Rapper.
Oh god.
This is how
As
he
long
has
as they're not making albums.
Logic is
This
just
is
like,
how
I
he
want
has
to focus on being a
presented
father.
himself.
Chance the Rapper is just like, I want to focus on my wife.
Nothing-
and, Twitch stream together.
Nothing this year has made me laugh harder than the "I love my wife" reference on this album.
I am like Chance. I love my.
Wait. I must have missed that line. What?
How did you miss that?
I cried laughing while I was stocking shoes.
Wait,
So
what song?
good.
I have to go back now. I listened to this twice and I didn't pick up on that line.
But anyways, this is
3
who
times
Chance.
and I didn't hear it.
Go
This
on.
is who Logic is, and now that I've kind of given you an introduction into this, his final album, air quotes, we are going to pass it off to Tyler to start off.
Okay, so I don't really have coherent thoughts on this. I just want to get mine out of the way. It's better than his last few projects. It's just-
His last two are like notably and distinctly awful, like
it-
universally.
like a lot of the stuff that you guys were saying about like the Taylor Swift album, about it being like phoned in, or like, I don't know, like low effort, or actually I can't even remember if we just had this conversation.
Stuff like that.
It's okay. It
But, like-
really is okay.
Whereas like that Taylor Swift album had like regular moments where it felt like, okay, there's a real attempt here to like develop the songwriting, to like develop the, you know, nuance and the detail, and to become like, to add more shades to your, you know, personality as an artist. Whereas here, it's just like there's nothing interesting at all. Like it's just a void of anything remotely interesting. I will say the Orson Welles inserts on this album.
Boy, I have
Um,
thoughts.
I want to say that the first time I listened to this, I hated them with a passion. I still,
And that changed?
I still don't like. I
Well, they only
still-
get funnier.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm more entertained by them now. Like, I kind of appreciate what logic, why they're there, even if I think they shouldn't be. And there is a comic value to them. Even and basically what Logic is doing is he's basically doing his version of the Hitchcock inserts on Eminem's Music to Be Murdered By, right?
Or the Beavis and Butthead parts of Speeding Bullet to Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a film director thing, like specifically, but yeah, for sure. I think Logic has a solid. My note for the first song here is Logic has a solid flow, and then the sentence just trails off. One comment I want to bring up is like I think the thing that always gets me with Logic and makes me kind of hold him at a distance, and it's not even really his fault, but when he's getting on his conscious rap shit, he sounds like
God.
He sounds like Uncle Adams.
And yet on the record he's like, you want to judge me for doing conscious rap?
Like even on the song
no,
here,
it's just bad.
Even on the song here that I think is there's one legitimately like very good song here, which is Hit My Line. It has fantastic production, a really strong beat, but even still he sounds like Uncle Adams on this song.
May I say something?
Young minds
real
similar
brief?
to pottery.
The one saving grace to this comparison is Logic has not released a song as bad as Story of Nathan by Uncle Adams.
Oh God, I don't even know if I've heard that.
August
Anyway.
sent this to me. I remember.
This is very much Logic's planting seeds.
That just sounds disgusting.
That's where the Uncle Adams comparison is going to end, I promise. He has a solid flow again on GP4, but if he has one weakness that's particularly on display on this record, it's just that he's not really that creative. Like, he's not really creative at all in terms of the flow and wordplay he uses. It's all very stock. And when he does find a good pocket that he can ride, he will just reuse it across a bunch of tracks to the point where it all kind of just blends together and feels really stale. And I want to emphasize here that it's not, Logic is not a bad rapper. Like, it's not a bad album. It's just not an album that I feel anything for. It's just nothing. It is like a void. Like, it's just passable in the extreme. Like, every element, every single... Okay, no, let me be clear. There are some moments on this album that are dog shit. But, like, for the most part, this is just passable on every level. No ID's production is like I don't want to shit talk No ID. Like, he's a celebrated producer and he's like worked with a lot of big artists, like, and he's beloved, but he's not like that good really of a producer. Like, there are a couple of times where he loops a pretty cool sample, like on Celebration or Heard Him Say. But like Logic, he has this really like straightforward and basic style that he almost never varies from or explores in much depth. It all feels very much like hip hop instrumentals, like, you know, like, not, I don't want to say lo-fi hip hop beats, the meme, because that's not accurate because they're not lo-fi, but like it's very much like if you want to get into rap and you can like go online and download like a toolkit of stock loops. And basically, they will sound a lot like No ID's production on this record.
Kenny Beats type beat.
Yeah, and Kenny Beats is similar. Like the thing is, like, they have talent, and also the one thing that separates No ID and Kenny Beats production from from actually sounding like genuinely like stock shit is that there's obviously a high budget in it. Like, you can tell it sounds really rich. Like, the money's there, like, you can tell it's very crisp and stuff. It's just that it's crisp in service of like weightless gas instead of music. Weightless gas, like all gas is weightless, but you get what I mean. So yeah, the result is an hour-long record that feels bloated, repetitive, and most damningly as though Logic is phoning it in. Like, this is his retirement album. Like, this is his career summation, supposedly, right? His career summation record. Like he doesn't sound like he wants to be in the booth. He doesn't sound like he's getting much joy from rapping at all. There are a couple of times where he kind of just really, in a really asinine fashion, raps about like how the industry doesn't like take him seriously or like uses him or like is not a good fit for him. And I'm like, yeah, man, you're not a good fit for the rap industry because you're not interesting. Like, and considering his Twitch partnership, it makes sense. Like that throughout this, he just sounds as though he would much rather be playing video games. There are some moments where, like I said, there are songs early in the record where he does have like a decent flow, and like he's easy enough to listen to him rap, and you know, like it's not bad, it's passable. And I like the song Open Mic / Aquarius 2 or whatever. I think that multi-part track is kind of a standout. I think he has some dumb bad wordplay on this song. Like he like has a couple of like bars where he talks about fetuses, and like and then he has this weird like cash here thing, which I kind of just made me groan. And so it's like his wordplay's eye rolling, but like he sounds competent. He's the low point of this record, and I'm sure we'll all agree on this, because it's like it's a song that's so bad you kind of just have to take a step back in awe of it. And blissfully, it's the shortest song here, but the song Perfect.
Christ on a bike.
Holy shit.
Fucking perfect.
The only reason I didn't include that as my least favorite track is because it is barely a song.
Talk about self-parody on this song. Like, talking shit on other rappers when his whole career has been a fucking joke. Like, when you think of Logic, you think of jokes. Like, just in terms of, like, the public consciousness's awareness of Logic. When you say Logic, you think the biracial thing, which is such a fucking meme. And you think of Who Can Relate from the Suicide Hotline song.
What I think of when I think of Logic is the fucking Not Good of Supermarket, which is an all-time great video on that channel.
Masterpiece.
Yeah, look. So my point is, like, no one thinks of great rapper when they think of Logic, unless you're a fucking moron. So,
we have
hard stances on the Jams and Tea podcast.
It's really funny. It's really funny when he gets on his
definitely
defensive shit and he's like that he's not appreciated, or even funnier when like other rappers that are coming up are all shit. Like basically he's a fucking half step away from death to mumble rap. Like,
yep.
He is 1 degree of separation from a Hobson, as far as I'm fucking
I inspired the Coles, the Hobsons, the Logics, in the words of Eminem. But yeah, this is like his kamikaze in a lot of ways.
God
it's like his music to be murdered by.
It's his music to be murdered by in terms of like what he wants it to be, but it's also like his kamikaze in terms of bouncing back from his worst shit ever with something that's just dull instead of offensive. Fuck. Credit to No ID, the horns on Man I Is sound pretty good, even if otherwise the song is sleepy as shit. And basically this is the point on the record where basically there's almost like there are fleeting moments of vaguely interesting things in the first half of the record, but the second half of the record is a fucking wasteland of anything remarkable.
A desert without a tumbleweed.
The song Dad Bod,
Fuck
I suspect that's going to be the one that's like least favorite if it's not perfect for most people.
Ooh, do I have thoughts about Dad Bod?
Like, it has an irritating hook, and by the time he's rapping about wiping his ass to make the point that he hates rapping about his everyday life, it's pretty safe to write him off entirely. Like, the dude manages to sound unhappy with his life as a rapper and as a parent, and it's really sad to hear. Like, it just makes me feel for him. Or like, you know, I wish that he had some kind of sense of fulfillment in this life, because this record is the document of a bitter man.
Just like his last record in that respect, honestly. My advice, man, go see a fucking therapist. Seriously.
Yeah, he's totally the kind of dude who like, I mean, no wonder he got his fucking wife divorced him. Like, he's totally the kind of dude who his wife would be like, you need to like stop unloading your shit on me. You need to see a therapist. And he'd be like, nah, you don't understand me. Like, you don't care about me. Like, fuck.
I'm going to revise my statement about buying Morgan a drink if I'm in Kentucky. We are going to bring Tyler, and I'm going to buy a round.
Yeah, that sounds best.
No wonder it's fucking left.
Like, in the words of 100 Geeks, I need help immediately. And I
I
haven't
love the
even
beginning
talked about
of this tirade. Was like, my thoughts are really simple, pretty uncomplicated. It's like, I'm glad your wife divorced you.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
And I thought I was gonna be the harshest one.
like listen to a song like Dad Bod and imagine being like his partner or the mother of his child and listening to that song. Like
I refuse to engage in this thought experiment in the
and then
words
you
of
get the
Morgan.
alphabet, then you get the alphabet gimmick of A to Z.
Ugh.
A
And the
to
sample.
Z.
The sample of his child.
But you know what that reminds me of is my dad's gone crazy.
Yes, that's what it reminded me of too.
Except that song is kind of fun in a goofy
No, it's
way.
charming.
Like whereas this is just like the whole thing where like he uses that narrator voice that he uses throughout the record that sounds like a fucking robot to repeat the letters as he says them in his bars in case we can't pick up on the fact that he's going through the alphabet in order. Like it's so insulting and stupid. Like he's like, you know, it's like I'm trying to be, and then this voice goes, "Be a better rapper," and it's like, or whatever. I'm trying to be my father, and like, you know, that kind of shit. Like other people in the game don't realize how good we are, and then this voice going "R." It's
the kind of thing MF Doom would have done without calling attention to it, and also dropping like some weird biblical nonsense shit that like 3 people would get just because he thought of doing that. Like you are special logic.
He wants us to pat him on the back for like for having a basic understanding of what rapping is, which is that you make sounds that sometimes are in relationship with each other in an interesting way with your voice. Anyway, the instrumental on the song with those plinky Halloweeny synths, like they sound really cheap and irritating. And what the thing is, it's so like it distracts from his rapping rather than complementing it. Like it's the same kind of incongruity as like that song Mad Woman on Folklore has, where it's like Taylor is on this like really like serious shit and the instrumental is like half asleep. Here it's got this overactive instrumental that's like mixed way too high, and he's trying to do some creative and fun wordplay over top of it, and it's like these things are like a fucking car crash. And then in the last minute of this song, the song's only 2 minutes long, but it's 3 minutes because he wants us to listen to one of his fucking demos for the fucking last minute of the song, where he sounds like he's in a 14-year-old in a rap battle or some shit. Like, it's so
He's trying to sell us
really
a mixtape on his last album.
Can I just chime in?
Yeah,
I know
fucking
it's not
chime
my
away.
moment, and I've said some things already. I'm sorry. What really pisses me off about that, I see inclusion of the people who are like, no, play it. No, I don't want to play it. No, play. I don't. It's embarrassing. I don't want to play it, and then it's bad, and it's just like, why the fuck did you play it?
You know, I think the aspirational the aspirational climax track heard him say is like, at least it's not as bad as the shit that comes right before it, but it still feels really, really hollow. And then for some reason, like, even though that's clearly intended to be like the conclusion of the album, like the wrap up, there's 2 more fucking songs. There's the pointless Amen and the even more pointless 6-minute Obediently Yours, which is just fucking Orson Welles talking about racism is bad, MK, for 6 minutes. And it's like, holy shit, dude. Like, what are you doing? Like, the dude, this is his retirement album. He sounds so uninvested in rap music that for the last fucking 6 minutes of it, he doesn't even show up.
Wow, that's a statement. And
Like,
it's
he
true.
can't even be bothered to be present on the album that he's supposedly bowing out with. Fucking hate this shit, you know? Like, and I know I started off this review saying like it's not bad, it's passable.
You did.
And now
You
I'm kind
did.
of like, as I'm working through
Now
this
you've
shit
talked
with
yourself
you,
into having a worse opinion.
I'm working through this shit with you. Like, this is the therapy that
It's okay,
logic
this is
warriors
what I went
have.
through on my first
Like
listen.
when you started and you were like, it's not bad, it's possible. I was like, really? and now you're here.
The thing is, like, you've got to consider everything in relation to everything else. And, like, it's not nearly as bad as Confessions of a Stupid Mind or whatever the last record was.
Dangerous.
Dangerous, but yeah.
Or fucking Everybody, fucking whatever that shit was.
It's just
Super
called
Nazi.
everybody.
Stupid little dumbass.
Who can relate? Fucking kill me. But yeah, you've got to consider everything in relation, and like this is not like there's plenty of stuff that's competent here, and I'm zeroing in on the worst shit because that's the most fun to talk about and most entertaining. But like, in fairness, there's plenty of stuff that's just fine. And I do like songs like Open Mic and I Hit My Wife line, sorry.
What? You hit your wife?
No,
Yeah,
I
that
think-
line's abominable.
no, just making a really bad joke.
Tyler hits his wife. That's the male.
Yeah.
I
How's
hit
it feel to be
I hit my
married?
wife.
That's,
Did not hit her. I did not.
yeah,
Oh,
this
hi.
is the room of fucking. I can't even finish that comparison.
No, it objectively isn't though, because to be the room, it would need to be genuinely funny. And we've already established the room of albums is Tallahassee by the Mountain Goats. So
That is a hell of a reincorporation.
But yeah, like at the end of the day, like
Hmm.
it's just a void of talent. It's a void. Like it's as though we're watching someone, like at first desperately grasp for the last fleeting threads of his talent, and almost immediately give up and keep going anyway. Like it is a waste of space. It is a waste of time. It is a waste of energy. It is album
5.5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's just not. Yeah, like I'm gonna.
It's not very good, is it?
I've spent like way more time than I planned to speaking about this, so I'm gonna step back and let someone else go.
Morgan.
Oh, Morgan.
Yeah, so the biggest takeaway from this album for me is already something Tyler mentioned in passing, is just the Mr. Logic does not sound at all like he wants to be doing what he is doing. And the only reason that I am confident this is actually going to be his last album is because he spends like 3/4 of this one complaining about how much he hates it, which is just, it's neither
Like-
compelling nor like, it sucks is
Like
what I'm saying.
the record's called No Pressure, right? And that's a callback to his first album, Under Pressure, which
Under
was also
Pressure.
with No ID. And like, so No Pressure is the title of this record. And the whole time, like, he's sounding like he's under pressure. Like, that is the theme of the album, basically, is that no one's taking me seriously. The rap game doesn't take me seriously. People want me to rap about my life, but I want to rap about fucking some shit. You know, it's
I
like,
want to rap about objectifying women.
he doesn't
That's what he
sound
wants
like
to rap
the
about.
carefree, like, he sounds lost and, you know.
Well, he
and
doesn't
just-
even sound like he's lost. It just sounds like he found what he wanted and was like, fuck it. Oh, I give up.
It's a startlingly unsettling and moving document of suburban malaise.
All right,
Really?
Pitchfork.
you know,
Morgan, do you want to finish your thoughts?
My tongue was
Yeah.
firmly in
Yeah.
my cheek for that, by the way.
Good. I have more faith in you now. Thank you.
I'd like to, but Tyler keeps talking.
Sorry, I will shut up.
That's a problem that everyone on here has. So,
Me.
Playful banter.
It's me. It's me.
Well, now it is you.
Now it's you too. Let him talk.
Now it's you two.
God fucking damn it.
Morgan, talk to me.
Morgan,
Help.
like I was really hoping this would be just abominably bad, because I just wanted something to talk about. But I by the time I finished the 2 listens of this that I put in, I was like, man, why are we even talking about this? This is such a whimper of an artistic statement that it doesn't offend any part of me while listening to it. There are moments that I'm like, all right, I can get into this kind of. I don't want to turn it off. And then the rest of it is just.
Morgan D.
2020.
Okay.
I mean, this is exactly what I mean when it's a Logic album, and it wasn't as bad as the last 2 things he did. There's my review.
Okay. So, if it's right with you, I would like to give my thoughts.
Go ahead,
for
sweetie.
it.
Okay. So, I have a take on this record, which I will
Please
get
share.
to. But part of my problem is I'm looking at my notes, and I feel like I wasn't sane while writing them, because they are just the ramblings of someone slowly going mad, which is how I felt while listening to this record.
That'll be a motif.
It starts out with the no pressure intro, and it moves into Hit My Line, which are the 2 best songs on the record. And then it proceeds to fall apart and become shit.
Yep.
Even the no pressure intro has a line "Underground like Harriet," which is just as a fellow white person, why did you do this?
But he's biracial.
He is biracial. I was going to say that.
Oh, I was judging from his album covers. That's all I know about him. And I didn't get that. So
No, I
Bobby
mean it's
Tarantino.
It doesn't make it
You're
worse.
not wrong for thinking so. It's a
And-
meme.
His biracialness does not make that line any better.
No.
anyway, I feel like we have skipped over one of the biggest problems with this record, which is not the Orson Welles interludes, but the other ones. The ones
Thank
that feature
you.
inside the
Thank
track.
you.
Logic's
Oh my
influences on this
God.
record are Nujabes, Kanye West, and fucking someone else who's better than he is.
Oh my God! I wanted to
I
strangle
have-
a child.
I have in
Ugh.
capital letters in my notes. They played chess mercilessly while recording this record. Which is just like, are you trying to impress me? Or you want to hear good music? This is not good music, and you're trying to tell me this is good because they played chess? Are you fucking kidding? It's just like, you are not clever for playing chess. You're clever for
And
being good at chess, but I do not believe you're good at chess because this music is shit.
And the worst part is when I got to that point of the record, I was just like, "Oh, that's interesting," because it's the most interesting thing on
It's
the
the
record.
4th track out of 15.
It's like that's interesting because this is the only thing. Like, oh, chess. I like chess. That's
Oh,
it.
August, I feel
Did
so
you know?
bad for
Did you know this music was recorded in like a week, and they mixed it in another week? Does that makes it better? They fucking rushed it.
Yeah, like we can't fucking tell Bobby.
But that's not my big take on the record. I will get to that.
Well, in terms of volume, I would think it is.
We shall see.
Yeah.
On the next song,
I cannot wait to watch this back. Genuinely, I've been ready to know.
On the next song, Soul Food 2, which is the same song as the previous song. They tried to fool you into thinking it was a different song. It's not. It's the same song. They have this huge space narrative, and they come up with 2 directors to have possibly made this huge space narrative, and it's Quentin Tarantino and Christopher Nolan. At the end of this, in the next song, Perfect, which is like an interlude at best. They had the line, "This is how I feel on the inside." We recently talked about Against Me, specifically Now My Love Dearly, Searching for Former Clarity, which has a line on it, "On the inside," which is meant to be like, "This is how I feel on the inside, lads," but this is the same fucking thing, but it's worse. It's on the same song. Like, the influences on Logic while making this record was RZA and Kanye. And it's just, I know it was Kanye because he tries so hard to rap like Kanye. And the production tries so hard to be like Kanye. But outside of that, he tries so hard to rap like Eminem as well. This is what I mean by he has two fucking flows on the record. One is the Eminem flow, one is the Kanye flow. And he fucking alternates. And they're both bad. And you can tell which flow he's going for by which artist production is ripping off. And it's like, I won't say the production on this album is bad. It's not great. Like, it's competent. I would even say it has an understanding of why the production on the other records work, at least in terms of these choices produce serotonin in the human brain. Not on a level of like, this is why this is artistically interesting. It just understands why these sounds sound good, and it does it again. For both like 1990 Eminem and like 2015 Kanye. And it rips them both off so hard, and they're both really dated sounds that I don't want.
I just want to chime in. I want to chime in to say that the interpolation of outcasts, elevators, and the chorus of the song Celebration is bullshit.
That's not the only time they rip off Outcast. There was a line on Man I Is that completely rips off the moment in Mrs. Jackson where they go, "Forever, forever, ever."
Oh, yeah.
And it's just like, how dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you? That song is even when I was growing, I'm into hip hop now. I would say that now I have an understanding of what
Ronald Weasley! How dare you steal that car?
I am absolutely disgusted.
J.K. Rowling is a transphobe and fuck her. Anyway,
Important disclaimer.
thank you.
My God.
So anyway, not fuck her as in sexually assault her. I just mean metaphorically. She's a piece of shit.
Who would take that away?
We got what you meant.
No, it's okay, honey.
Anyway, but her whole
Move
point
on.
is that her whole you're correct. Anyway, it's a bad song. On the song Dad Bod, I want to talk about that. It has an awful hook. It has an awful hook. And it's just like, I just don't care. And there are stumbles in that thing that make me hate answering machines more than Tool. It's just like, God damn. He goes on about anime in the Ruddy Answering Machine sample. And JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, it's a fine franchise. Like Cowboy Bebop, whatever they say. I don't care. They're fine. But I don't give a shit what you listen to, you fucking weeb. This is a rap record. Why do I care what anime you like? It's just...
I mean, this whole record really is if I decided to rap about quarantine. Because the only things I've been doing are getting up, putting on my pajama pants, and playing video games and watching some dumb shit. That's it.
That's fair. The rest of the songs are bad, including Obediently Yours, which is terrible. But now, I will give you my take on this record, which is that this is his retirement record, right? And he raps so much about how awful the industry is and about how great he is. Alternately, he will rap about how awful it is to be a rapper, but gloat about the riches it has brought him, including, and I will bring this up whenever it comes up in a record, very derogatory lyrics about women, including the use of women as sexual objects as a status symbol, which comes up multiple times on this record, and I hate it. But fundamentally, this is a record by someone who just came out with 2 shit records, universally agreed shit records, and he has just said, "I'm leaving the rap industry." And what he thinks he is doing is he has just been ripped out by a party, and he's leaving the room, and he says, "No, you're the shit people," and he shuts a record, and he shuts the door. He thinks he's getting the last word in, but he's a petulant teenager leaving the room going, "No, you're the people who are wrong." It's just like, dude, they had a point. You do not get to have the last word here because you just released a record, and we get to shit on it for the 3rd time in a row, as you fucking deserve, you piece of shit hack.
It feels like I just watched Mark Kermode come to life on this podcast.
He's a big inspiration for me. I'm glad you said that.
It was.
Yeah, still somehow nothing there as vitriolic as my "I see why your wife divorced you."
See, and that's the sad thing, is that Tyler, who has rather, like, at least comparatively positive thoughts, and after following Saoirse, who articulated her points not only just beautifully, but with such impassioned anger, I feel bad that I have to follow it, because at least this gives me one thing. That is, I just dropped the bottle. It's fine. It was empty because I drank it all for this, so perhaps it would bring something out of me. And I must say, I think you have put your points beautifully, and I fear that I might be in danger of repeating, but I am just going to go with what I have said so far. And I am somebody who, like, I don't give one single solitary shit about Logic. I recognize that I am not everybody. He's a successful guy. He has made plenty of music that is done well. But the fundamental flaw with this album is that he is rapping from the point of view of someone he does not deserve to be considered as. Mm-hmm. He is somebody who is rapping as if he is an Eminem, as if he is a Kendrick, as if he is
Dave Chappelle.
Somebody who has the canonical success and like agreed upon important works in their discography that have gotten them there, and that has earned them the right to be taken seriously. With Logic, there used to be this whole debate. I don't know if anybody here remembers this, but there was a lot of debate earlier on in his career. It's like, oh, album Logic is bad, but mixtape Logic is good. These people are wrong. Both are largely insignificant quality-wise. I have heard them. I do not care for them. They do vary in levels of bad. I'd give, like, maybe one of his Young Sinatra tapes a 6. Maybe.
That Mad Men screen cap where it's like, I don't think about you at all.
See, that's not even just me. I feel like that Don Draper image could be the world. Because, I mean, seriously, we are people who have embroiled ourselves in music discussion. This is what we do now. We have started a podcast. We make it a point to learn about, when was the last time anyone here heard Logic being discussed seriously as a musician that was not in reference to his last 2 albums being universally considered to be awful?
Well, this is the thing. Like, Logic seems to be aware of that. Like, well, obviously would be aware of it. You couldn't ignore it. You could not be aware of it. He's aware of what people think of him on this record, and he's expressing frustration with that. But he just has no idea how to channel that into something actually interesting.
It's because there isn't anything interesting, and now he is forced, because of his unique circumstances, to come out with his swan song. So let me detail
this guy to do anything. Like, he's
no. It's just that his circumstances have allowed him to do it. See, that's the thing.
Sure.
If he was being forced to do it, I would get a record that has some conflict on it, some theme. And it's interesting because I agree with pretty much everything that everyone before me has said. But the reason I think for my disparateness in opinion from, say, Morgan and Tyler, I'm just going to go ahead and guess and say that I'm going to give this a much lower score than the two of you. Primarily being, Tyler, on this very podcast, once said that he hates boring music more than he hates bad music. And
This is both.
God help me, I cannot think of something that better embodies this principle than this record. From the beginning, the intro itself feels labored. I don't know how to put this, but he feels like, you know how a novel is overwritten?
Mm-hmm.
He's over-rapping. It is too much. You need to stop. You need to pull back and rein yourself in. You are throwing out these speedy flows purely because you can, not because you should.
Mm-hmm.
Logic cannot go.
Because you're rapping fast doesn't mean you're saying something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The most disappointing thing about Logic is that he evidently has talent as a rapper. He just can't channel it.
It's like that's the thing about Logic and both No ID on this. Is that No ID, clearly a producer who can make good beats, and conversely just really doesn't. Logic, a man who is clearly capable in this particular breed of artistry of rapping, and doesn't. And the worst part is that Logic can't go 3 bars without comparing himself to somebody else. And there's a point where it's kind of cute when you start talking about your influences or the people. Like I like it when you wear your influences on your sleeve, regardless of the artistic medium, because I connect with other artists who bond over a shared appreciation for the work of someone that they admire and try to take from.
I'm like Leo in The Revenant. Bear with me.
No.
Anyway,
That's the
my
line
point.
on this album.
That is not even the only Leonardo DiCaprio reference. Funnily enough.
No, for sure not.
I mean, like, as I tweeted out earlier, and I stand by this, it's a bad week where Taylor Swift is not the most solipsistic record we talk about.
No, this is the thing, is that this, like, if I think, I hate to, again, it's fitting that I reference someone else, but it was Anthony Fantano in one of his reviews for his albums that said, what would Logic do if his contemporaries stopped making music? What would he do? What would he sound like? How would he produce anything if he wasn't informed wholly by the existence of pop culture around him? Because he is a living, and I don't mean to say this in like a jokey way, I mean this in the most literal of senses, he's a walking meme. He absorbs ideas and metastasizes them and then just regurgitates them. And then like in one of the early songs, he says, I'm not saying this is my Jesus walks. He compares himself to Kanye all the time, but he compares himself, he's saying that his song that he's rapping on is comparable to that of Jesus Walks, which is one of the most famous, widely used, and a song that has been sampled before that interpolates its own sample, but it is like incapable of escaping the shadow of everything until the point where it is mired in darkness. And the technical skill is there, but it is in service of nothing. The production, which is good in places, does not have a skilled enough hand to truly carry itself. Only moments where it sounds good, but there are so many equal parts where it sounds like it is misplaced, where a beat change up will happen, where or some kind, like the bass will come in and it's just like a few seconds too late, and you're just like, why was this decision made? If you were supposedly spending a year,
like between the No Pressure intro and Hit My Line, there's a very hard stop halfway through a song, and then they continue, and it's just like, this is just 1998 Brockhampton. Like, this is what they did on that song. This is what it is. And there are multiple moments on this record that reminded me of Iridescence. And it's just like, of YOUTHS especially.
Well, that's not unfair because, I mean, Brockhampton, they met on a Kanye forum. They obviously wear their influence of his music, but that's the thing, is that they've carved out their own identity. I don't care when they do it because they are showing an appreciation. But when he does this, it is always just a moment where he flashes his technical skill, but it is always in service of absolutely nothing. I don't know what most of these songs are about. I don't know what Hit My Line is about. He alludes to making a change or something and talks about the state of affairs in America being what they are and is like, oh, things are going to change. He literally says this. And I don't know if he wants to instigate this change. I don't know if he wants to embody this change and as a result completely ends up copying the thesis of Kendrick Lamar's To Pimp a Butterfly, which that is not the last time that happens. But he does not make his points clear. And I don't know what he's doing. And the chorus repeats that he feels like it's gonna be a good day. So I guess it's about survival in the face of adversity, which still really makes this Logic's attempt to be like All Right by Kendrick Lamar, which, it's not. It's really, really not. I also, the biggest problem with this album, and maybe with him as a whole, I don't know who Logic is. He is only able to compare himself to other artists. He is only able to speak about himself through the lens of other things. I am not aware of who this man is. He cannot talk about himself. And that's why I find the frustration that he has in songs like Dad Bod to be so fucking infuriating, because he's just like, you want me to talk about my real life? And it's like, because you have no real life. You are not talking about anything on any of these songs. And
well, I think the point of Dad Bod is he's trying to make the point that like he has nothing interesting in his real life to talk about. So stop asking him to talk about his real life. But the problem is that he makes this point by being uninteresting for 5 minutes.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is about that song is it's like, you can say you don't have anything interesting in real life to rap about. That just means you're a boring person. And to go back to Frank Turner for a moment, right? And I hate to in this segment, but I will. He has a song called Try This at Home, which is a 2-minute song, and it's great. And it's about making music. And there's a line that goes, and there's no such thing as rock stars. There's just people who play music. And some of them are just like us, and some of them are dicks. And the point of that is it's like, if you're so fucking different, what the hell do you have to say? And that relates to the song in so many ways, because it's just like, if you're an ordinary person, if your ordinary life has nothing that you can see that can relate to the man on the street, why the fuck are you doing this?
That's my frustration, is that you can have people like Run the Jewels who do nothing but rap. They don't even really rap. Like, they occasionally will rap about their struggles and whatnot, but they will also just rap about projected self-image, but they do it in a way that feels right. They do it in a way that makes sense. They do it in a way that is compelling, and that is not here.
Part of that is just because the LP and Killer Mike are just cool people.
Yeah, that also does help.
Who do dope shit.
Okay. All right. Is there any other points you want to make, Jake? I just want to make sure we don't circle too much because we're on there time-wise.
As Saoirse said, the interludes of both the Orson Welles and the female interludes are like, it's like a needle being shoved into my spine. He even says this album was written over 1 week. Are you fucking kidding me? You told us this. Why? Perfected over the course of the year. My ass. Why? There is no need to distill to us this information. It is purely to fill time. And I don't understand why any choice on this record was made. What is it in service of? I don't know. And then on GP4, on brand as always, he immediately just starts ripping off JID on DiCaprio 2.
It is the same flow. It is the exact same flow. It is the exact same voice, exact same inflection. It is immediately so fucking obvious. If you have heard even one single song by the man, it is completely inarguable that is what he's doing. And this boils back to what Saoirse said in the sense that he can't not copy a flow. He sounds like Kanye, he sounds like Eminem, he sounds like Jid, he sounds like Drake. It's agony. And then the chorus and the verses on not just this song, but every song just have virtually nothing to do with each other. It is not thematically connected at all. He is throwing out things that rhyme. That is the most tangential connection that you get. And then he has the audacity to have that female voice come in and just be like, oh, Logic and No ID are reuniting for the first time in so-and-so years. And I'm just like, who gives a fuck about you two reuniting? I don't hear about you two talked about individually. Why in the fuck would I care that you're making a new album now? And then he has a line that I think is very interesting. He says, my style's feeling infinite now. It's in the sense that his style is infinite. His capacity to be unoriginal is limitless. And then on Celebration, we get the oh-so-loathsome attitude of the people who criticize you just want to do what you do, but they can't because they aren't talented enough, and I am. And I just can't believe how ridiculously infantile and childish this is. It is, when you do not have a discography to back up the braggadocio and the righteous anger that you are trying to spit here, don't fucking come at the people who criticize your fucking music because you did a shitty-ass job. Fuck off. And not to mention he just talks about the self-awareness of braggadocio and pomposity and just being like, oh, it's all just part of the racket. I'm like, no, you are speaking from the heart. Shut the fuck up. Don't try to disguise this over you. This gets to you and you keep talking about it. You are a deeply insecure person who cannot help but show that in your art. You can't rap about anything about yourself and you aren't interesting. And then he samples the word you on open mic night, and it is exactly the way Kendrick Lamar samples the word you on The Blacker the Berry from To Pimp a Butterfly, where it goes, you. It's the same fucking shit. And it does it multiple times, and I'm just like, what? What is this? What is the point of this? This is just invoking back to a musician that I know you listen to and that I know that you copy, so I know this is intentional. And he just has this attitude that as long as he's himself, he's the real winner. But I don't know who himself is. I don't know who you are. What does this prove? And I just feel like every single bar, every single song is variations on the same sentiment. I feel like Soul Food is an interesting little narrative science fiction detour, but the comparison of shit like some Christopher Nolan and Tarantino shit makes me think Logic doesn't watch a lot of movies.
Did Tarantino ever make an alien movie? Did he?
Like, just what a fucking film Twitter ass. Like, this is a tweet that we would send into a group chat and make fun of people just being like, fucking comparing Tarantino and Christopher Nolan. What the fuck is he talking about? And like, I love when he says shit like his personality is that he's successful. And I'm just like, boy, you really hit the nail on the head there, buddy. And he also just, like, again, his attitude of being himself. Sure, fine, what the fuck ever. Then he's like, looking at my idols, I'm feeling adjacent. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, you spend this whole record whining and then you have the audacity to compare yourself to your idols and then put you on the same level? Fuck off. And you have Dad Bod, which is him, I have to rap about my life if I have to, I guess. And the funny thing is that on this song, I find him compelling way more when he is forcing this shit than when he is actually trying to do other shit that he says he enjoys more, because it sounds like a personal struggle that I can identify with as a human being. And, like, Dark Place is the sole bright spot on this album. Ironic. But it's because it's the most genuine
absolute garbage song.
It has its
sorry.
It's bad.
It is bad.
It's bad.
It is bad.
And it has plenty of bad bars. But
Can I just chime in for a moment? I hate to interrupt you. I'm really sorry. I'm really, 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 really sorry. I am. However, the line hit me with punchlines instead of some derogatory shit when he has spent this whole album talking about women like they are purely objects is hilarious.
No,
to me.
it's hypocritical as fuck. And it don't get me wrong, it's a bad song. But I'm saying, from a thematic standpoint, I believe that Logic cares about what he is rapping about. I believe that the struggle he is talking about is a real struggle that he went through. And for me, as someone who's trying to engage with this level as him as a human being, I'm like, thank God. I get one tiny little thing. And again, this shows up from his last record, is that Logic has a clear, like, he has a problem with self-perception and the internet specifically. And again, dude, go see a fucking therapist. Like, this isn't a problem. Like, when other rappers are self-critical, when Kendrick Lamar calls himself a hypocrite, or like when people are just like looking inward at their own flaws, this can be done in a way that doesn't make me feel like I am actually concerned for their well-being as a human, because when he says these things, I don't think that he thinks the same thing. I feel like that he's just displaying his struggle, where I'm just like, yeah, this is really unhealthy that you respond to this way, and you need to tell someone about it rather than just shouting it into the ether. His most genuine moments are also, as Tyler alluded to with Dark Place and Saoirse pointed out, his most genuine moments are also the ones most ridden with platitudes that are all needless. It feels nothing but artifice. If this helps him, then that's awesome. But as someone who has struggled with a lot of the same things that Logic has struggled with, anxiety, depression, all that shit he talks about, I find it vapid, hollow, and marginally offensive. Then he has a line at the end of this record where he says, I'd rather stand out than stand in. Well, Logic, I have bad news for you. You have utterly and completely failed. And in 10 years, no one will talk about this album. No one will talk about any other album you've made. And the only thing you will be remembered for is a meanie line on a song you did about the suicide hotline that really wasn't even all that great.
It's garbage.
Then he ends...
That's still his... I maintain that still might be his worst song.
You're correct, by the way. And to close, as Tyler pointed out, it's fitting that Logic begins and ends this record by having his supposed themes being spoken for him by someone else. And the racial component of the end track? Oh my God. Like, dude, right now, you're doing this right now. When we have shit like Breonna Taylor, the Black Lives Matter movement, and you decided that this would be the good thing to put out into the world right fucking now.
Okay.
Not by will wishes, but by policemen. Good policemen.
All right.
Look, I respect him as someone who clearly has occasionally loved what he does. However, on this album, I get the impression that he hated making every single second of it. And maybe he does what he does with love, whatever. But what he does with love is the limit of what he does. That's it. That is all I can say, because everything else is an amorphous, flabby, talentless, like idiotic, boring slog. And listening to this more than once was the most difficult experience I have had recording for this podcast so far. And if it weren't for the fact that Green Day managed to top themselves in the worst outing of their entire fucking career, this would be hands down the most unpleasant album I've heard all year.
Yeah.
Fuck it to oblivion. I'm done.
Can I share with you one of my notes that I haven't shared yet? Because we listened to this album multiple times, all of these albums, I just want to say that I'm embarrassed that in like 5 days it's going to show up in my on repeat playlist.
Yeah. No,
August,
that's
what do you
fair.
think of the album, August? Please.
Yeah.
So, as far as albums go, on a scale of like S to F, I think this album's pretty A tier.
I thought you were going to say... I
in
think this is a
Logic's
gem.
career. In the context of Logic's career.
What a caveat.
I think it's an A. I think this is genuinely one of the best albums Logic has made.
I knew this was going to
If
happen.
not his best from Under Pressure. That being said, in terms of this versus every other album in the world, I'd say maybe like D tier, but I'll explain that. So on this album, we see Logic immediately going for something a bit different than what he's gone for before. He's going for a more boom bap, aggressive aesthetic as opposed to a lot of what he's done before. He's normally done chiller, more laid back albums, and it's interesting on this final album that he's going relatively hard. But I'll get back to this because this is part of my thesis statement about this album. Really, I think this album starts on pretty much its best foot. Those first two songs, as Tyler already pointed out, are, I think, genuinely quite good songs. He's got a very impassioned flow. He's just going for it. And I feel like I really get into Logic's artistry. And that being said, I have been someone who has listened to Logic since about 2016. Not like consistently, but off and on, just for his various projects, because he is someone who will connect a lot to people who are maybe at a younger age, like middle school, where they just need a figure who is going to be very kind of, I don't know, kind of welcoming with a kind of friendlier sound. People just at a younger age can get down with a figure like that. And I feel that's what Logic is for rap. He feels like a very gateway rapper, and yet he's doing something quite a bit different from his normal shtick here. That being said, I find this album to be a big improvement on what he's done as of late, compared to Confessions of a Dangerous Mind and Supermarket. This album has hooks, it has flow, a lot of basic elements of hip-hop that those two albums lacked entirely. So, you know, at a very base level, it feels competent to me. But what really kind of breaks this album down from the word go is that it is an album that is disgustingly self-referential to many other points in his career and disgustingly referential to many of his contemporaries. In fact, just to prove that point, I made a list of every person. He's at least all of the ones I caught with the help of Genius. I'm going to read that off, and we're going to see how long this takes me. First off, T-Pain, Michael Jackson, The Roots, J. Cole, Nas, Kanye, Outkast, J. Dilla, A Tribe Called Quest, Kanye, MF Doom, Kanye, RZA, Kanye, Pimp C, Kanye, Andre 3000, J. Cole, Pac Div, Chance the Rapper, Kanye, Eminem, Wu-Tang Clan, 2 Chainz, Killer Mike, 2 Chainz again, Tyler the Creator, and lastly, to list off all of the references he's made to his contemporaries across this album. And
That's not even including the people who not in the rap game.
I really
It
hope that whoever creates a thumbnail for this video uses what I just did while he was reading that.
Well, we'll be now.
In terms of
Pain.
beats and his beat, in terms of like the beats Logic is laying down on this record, or rather No Idea is laying down because he's the producer, they're very basic. They feel very predictable in all of their structures. And I would like to mention that some of the artists I referenced in this little note card were from the rappers who he interpolates kind of beats from, just not interpolates, I'll say, just steals parts from more famous songs and just puts them on his album pretty much. And most of those rappers get referenced, get name dropped anyways, so whatever. Rapping wise, for as much as you guys criticize him, I think this is some of Logic's best rapping on this album. Like, just the aggression and intensity makes it feel better than, like, pretty much all of Confessions of a Dangerous Mind, because to me he sounds like he's a...
I want to isolate a clip of you saying that and like upload it to dictionary.com next to the phrase damning with fine praise.
Oh, absolutely. Oh boy. But yeah. It sounds better by virtue that he's conveying an emotion. Now, most of my notes are more about this album as a whole because I find it more interesting as a whole than on an individual track-by-track level. Because track-by-track, it gets... For me, I just found it to be kind of like, oh yeah, this is okay. Oh, it's over. New song, whatever.
Stale is the word you're looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, stale. Fair enough. Really, the Talia outros, Talia being a callback to his first two records, where I believe she appears on both, although I could be misremembering those. But those feel incredibly condescending, like he's talking down to you. He's got to tell you how long he took to produce the album, how long he took to write
Watching
it.
Samurai
like,
Champloo while making it.
Oh yeah, no one
Humble
cares.
brag.
Like, the mixing of this album is just wildly inconsistent. There are some tracks where I can make him out perfectly. Beats sound fine. Other tracks where the beats are way too loud, he's way too quiet. Or tracks where both are way too quiet or both are way too loud. It leads to just a really mind-boggling listen. And a track that a lot of you have kind of taken grievance with is Soul Food 2, which I think is probably the best song on this album. And I'm going to explain, because it's mostly for the second half of that song, where he's just weaving this weird, kind of funny, quirky story. Yeah, the references to film directors are really basic and feel very forced, but I find this track just to be genuinely fun. It's capturing an energy that Logic hasn't captured in so long. And I think he best makes that statement himself on the song, where it's like, screw it, it's time for his story. And he just goes with it. And that's just what's fun about his music, him just doing weird, quirky asides. Although A2Z is an atrocious song.
Uh-huh.
And first off, this song is the worst structured thing of all time. Where, like, he couldn't even have enough of an idea for the first half of it, so he just adds on, like, a demo. Like, this is... I don't know.
Look at how far I come that I'm doing all this high concept rap, and this is my demo tape.
Yeah,
look at me.
No, it's very forced. But I think this is where I get into my grander thesis about this album. Because on one hand, Logic has traded just the aggressive terribleness of his previous two projects in favor of crafting a very bland, forgettable album. And I think that if you were to just like type in retirement album, run it through a computer, have it auto-generate something, it might just spit out this, because it's just something that is so attempting to feel like a bookend statement when really it doesn't say a whole lot of anything, as you've all made the point many a time.
Mm-hmm.
And just what disappoints me most is Logic was a corny, cheesy, down-to-earth, fun guy at the start of his career, and his biggest failing has been not capitalizing on that.
Uh-huh.
And that's where this record falters, because he spends this whole time kind of asking you, forcing you, like, you better take me seriously, when really he just seems to have a fundamental misunderstanding of his own music, when it's like, the reason people enjoyed you was because they didn't take you seriously. It's because you were fun, you were approachable. You were like someone who, even though you took a lot from your influences, you wore them not on your sleeve, but on your shirt. You just had like a list of names of the people who you were blatantly ripping off, even though that was you. You just didn't lean into it. You didn't find yourself across like 12 years. He just failed to find his own voice. And I mean, across this album, he makes it like this is some step away from the Confessions of the Dangerous Mind, when really he's just doing the same thing of complaining about all the shades of butthurtedness that get to him.
It is the ultimate tragedy of Logic, really, that he has spent all this time and got nothing.
No, that is absolutely.
It's like
the
if Weezer
saddest-
started the Green Album.
And then made the Green Album, and then made the Green Album, and then made the Green Album.
But
I
no,
think we're
this album.
sucking Tyler's life essence.
I think
Yeah,
Confessions of a Dangerous Mind is definitely his make-believe.
Yeah.
Tyler, don't let your spirit wane.
Oh, look, I want to talk about that
Beverly
record so badly
Hills.
now. I just want to just
I'll finish
over.
this up.
That's where
And
I
soon-
How have we
wanna
This is
spent
an
like an
album
hour
that
and a half
Logic-
talking about this fucking Logic album?
This is an album that Logic thinks is his like.
Let August
This is
speak.
an album. Let me speak. This is an album that Logic thinks is his white album from Weezer, when really it's his black album.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's
Okay.
just a tragedy to me that this guy just 12 years of nothing. That's Logic.
I mean, yeah, I would feel for him if I gave a
Weezer
shit.
B-sides anyone?
Maybe he can cry into
Oh
his
no,
money.
Yeah, really. His Twitch partnership that I'm sure is gonna make him cry all the way to the bank.
He's gonna be so much
Yeah,
happier. He's gonna be
whatever.
so much happier making video games. Anyway, let's do our
He's
tracks and
not
ratings.
going to be making video games.
That would require
Tyler
creativity.
doesn't know how Twitch works.
Oh, who
Hello,
cares?
guys.
Whatever.
I think on my
You
Twitch
fucking
stream,
do.
you're going to see me reverse engineer Super Hot. Let's go.
Mario.
Gonna
bitch.
be deconstructing the code of Fortnite.
That's supposed to be Tyler?
I don't
Oh,
know
look.
who that was like Tyler and Saoirse, and I couldn't decide who I wanted to do.
Whatever. I'm gonna go
Anyway.
first on favorite
Yeah.
tracks and ratings, just so we can get
Okay.
into this and get it over with.
Yeah.
Favorite tracks are "Hit My Line." I'll say Soul Food 2 as well, and the title track. Least favorite track is Perfect, and this album gets 4 out of 10 from me.
So I'm next in the acronym there.
Mhm.
Let's have a look. My top 3 are No Issue Intro, Hit My Line, and I don't know, probably Open Mic / Aquarius the Third. I want to
Aquarius
emphasize.
the third. What a fucking. Oh, what a like. It's a good song, but what a fucking pretentious douchebag.
Is it a good song though? Is it?
It's fine. Yeah. Whatever.
Bad.
As an Aquarius, I take issue. Anyway, my least favorite is probably Down Bod. It's getting from me the lowest score I've ever given an album on this show. It's getting a 1.5.
Brutal.
Well, it deserves it. So,
Morgan.
My 3 favorite tracks are Open Mic / Aquarius, Hit My Line, and Man I Is, I guess. And my least favorite is Celebration. It's bad. 4.5 out of 10.
Okay, surprisingly.
All right, my 3 favorites are the same as Tyler's, but least favorite, I'm going to say A to Z, and I'm going to give this album a 4.
Yep.
go on,
Well,
Jake.
Well, he admittedly he did invent the joke, so I guess it is me. But my 3 favorite tracks are Chinese Satellite, and Chinese Satellite. My least favorite tracks are Celebration, Perfect, and Dad Bod because they all suck the hair off my ass equally, and I will not decide. And I've been trying to think between one of these scores, and just I'm gonna go with my gut. Fuck it. 1.
What? It's giving it a fucking one.
Oh,
So that
that's our lowest
tell you is
score.
our lowest average, comfortably.
It's the lowest average and our lowest score from an individual person twice.
Wow.
Well, actually, that might be the lowest. That's actually the lowest score I've given as well. So it's like 3 times. The
Yeah,
lowest.
damn.
I truly wish I could muster the negativity that you all had for it. At least I would.
I wish you could trade it. I would love your indifference. I truly, truly would.
God,
Okay.
I
I mean, I don't
crave
even
for the
feel like-
days of. I miss the days of giving a 10 to Carl Craft.
Yeah. Well,
I
anyway,
don't even feel like
move
particularly
on.
negative is the thing.
Yeah,
Just
let's talk about good album. Good
let's-
album. Good
let's
album.
move on to
Finally a
talk
good
about
album.
A good album. Like, I think
this week, Morgan is recommending our album.
Yeah, let him introduce this.
Morgan,
Matt.
why don't you tell us a little bit about this little record?
what is the album for
Well,
starters?
This record that we are discussing today was produced by No ID and performed by Logic. I'm sorry, I got stuck in the voice and I couldn't let the bit go. I wanted to stop myself and I found that I couldn't. The record we're discussing today is "Go Farther in Lightness" by Australian rock group Gang of Youths, and I don't really have an intro prepared for this. The biggest motivation I had for nominating that we listen to this album is just to get everyone I know to listen to it. If that gives you any indication about how I feel about it, that's
Some indication.
yeah. I will get more into that once we get into my portion of the discussion.
Well,
But
Morgan, do you want to do your review first?
excuse me.
Or how do you want to
Yeah.
do this?
I mean, I can go, I guess.
Farther, even.
That is the funniest breathing sound anyone's ever made.
It's just like, hey, Jeremy, can you get like a breathing sound real quick before we go, before you get into the mic?
I'm the right thing. Thank you.
Okay.
The fuck's that?
The act of discussing these two albums wore me out more than actually listening to them. I'm so
Oh.
tired.
I'm just exhausted.
Oh, me too.
I'm
man.
worried I'm not going to be able to do this album justice. It's an
Oh,
amazing
Yeah.
album.
Look, guys, this is one of the best albums we've ever talked about on this podcast. If you
That is a
guys
fact.
aren't gonna look, I understand we're all tired. It's 2 shit albums that there's a lot to say about. That's exhausting. However, this deserves our best effort. So,
That's true. That's true.
You're
You're our
not
second
incorrect. So, I mean, maybe it'd be better if somebody goes before me. We can just
That's
cut
all right.
out that whole thing.
I'll go first if you want.
That would
Yeah.
be nice.
Tyler probably has the most organized thoughts.
Maybe, because I love this album to bits. I was aware of it for a while. It was actually Stephen Hyden's Celebration Rock podcast that made me aware of this album initially, because I'm pretty sure it was on they did like a top rock albums of the decade episode, and it was on like I think it was him and Ian Cohen who did their lists, and both of them I think featured this interesting album that I had never heard of. And I looked it up, and it was like this 80-minute rock epic. And I'm like, okay, bookmarking, putting a pin in that, because it sounds interesting, but it's 80 minutes long. And yeah, I'm sure I might get to it someday. And like, never thought about it for months. And then Morgan mentioned it in passing. And I'm like, okay, yes, I remember this album. And Morgan's endorsement has me even more curious. So I listened to it in, I think, mid-May of this year. And yeah, it hits. Like it's not an immediate like falling in love, but it's like I knew straight away as soon as I heard this for the first time that this was something special. And so it took a few particularly memorable listens to this record in particularly unique contexts that I won't go into, that solidified for me very quickly that this was not just something special, but something spectacular. It's now, I think, one of the greatest albums I've ever heard. It's easily in my top 10, however you want to, express that to underline how serious it is. But it's like really, I think this is a perfect record. It manages to sustain itself for 1 hour and 17 minutes in beautifully compelling and stunningly fully realized fashion. It is I don't even know. It's not really a rock opera, but like it just has that same kind of sense of theatricality, of urgency, like as like the Jim Steinman Meatloaf stuff, and Springsteen's obviously his like core massive stuff during that like the river and stuff. And it also bears the influence of more recent sort of heartland rock bands like the Gaslight Anthem. Not so much instrumentally, but certainly in terms of energy and ambition, it also resembles Titus Andronicus's The Monitor as well. And then in terms of the slower, more moodier aspects of the vocal performances and some of the arrangements, it also bears a clear resemblance to The National as well. And I'll touch on that reference a little bit more eventually. But what I think is so thrilling and compelling about this album, like it has the feel of an instant classic, I think, because you get these songs that do quite clearly bear the influence of all of these artists that I've mentioned. Like you hear them and you're like, okay, it's certainly not the first time I have heard any of this. It is derivative to an extent. But as I've talked about on previous episodes of the podcast, derivative, which often gets treated like a dirty word, like an inherent indictment or an inherent criticism, which it is not. Almost all music, 99% of music is derivative to a greater or lesser extent, and it is not the fact that something is derivative that makes it bad or good or whatever. It is the purpose to which its derivativeness, or the things it is deriving from, like why they are there, what they serve, and how they are being used to craft these new songs. And So there are plenty of moments on this album where I hear a particular element of it, and it reminds me of another band or another album, another specific song. I'll touch on some of those as well. But never do I feel like I'm listening to a pale imitation. Never do I feel like I'm listening to something that is just trying to be that thing. It is always that these influences are present in a very heart on sleeve way, and they're integrated incredibly in incredibly sophisticated fashion in terms of crafting songs that are immediate but incredibly wizened, incredibly classic feeling, and instantly compelling. So yeah, it repurposes, it expands upon, or even completely improves upon these influences, these Springsteen, Gaslight Anthem, National stuff, like to create a singular unified expression. And what's really thrilling about this album is just how immediately emotionally impactful it is in a lot of ways. Like, it very much has the feeling of a young person's album. Like, this is an album that is made by people in their 20s, for people in their 20s.
A gang of youths, you might say.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, it's not like perhaps when I'm 50, this record might not have, like, if I was hearing this for the first time as an older person, perhaps it would not have the same impact. But this is a record that is very tangibly about emotions and feelings connected with that crossing of the threshold into adulthood, or into like a world where you're suddenly responsible for a lot more than you have been in the past, and are presented with more emotional turmoil than you could have ever been prepared for. So yeah, there's just so much that I connect with on a really intimate psychological level when I listen to this. And I think it is to the band's credit that it is not simply the emotional connection that they so thoroughly and easily get across to you that makes the music compelling. It is also the fact that the songs are just really, really strong melodically. The performances are uniformly great of all band members. And there is a consistent rushing sense of urgency across this entire record, despite its long runtime, despite the fact that it prominently uses instrumental interludes. There is a consistent flow where if you took any of the interludes out, if you took any single element of this record or any single song and removed it, it would fall apart, like it would feel incomplete. Everything is really, truly in its right place here. And like I said, there are so many moments that just send an instant shot of serotonin through my brain, basically on every song here. Check out the melodic ascending, descending of What Can I Do If the Fire Goes Out? And the intensity of the song's instrumental bridge, followed by that sugar rush of pure joy when the main melody comes back again. The other band these guys get compared to, The National, it's a comparison that doesn't really become apparent until fourth track, Keep Me in the Open. But you can hear in the drums on that track, as well as on Atlas Drowned and a bunch of others, that the playing borrows very heavily from Brian Devendorf's drumming style on albums like High Violet or Boxer, to the point where there are occasional drum fills that sound practically identical to those on National songs. And again, this is not a case of purely ripping off your influences. It's a case of recontextualizing your influence through a new kind of song, because the National, there are no songs on here that sound like there are songs on here where there are elements that sound like the National, but the National would never write or record a song that sounds anything like any of these. This is something more ambitious, something more outward reaching, something more unapologetically emotional and not guarded, like the way a lot of Matt Berninger's writing is. Frontman Dave Leopepe's writing is poetic, and clearly the writing of someone in their 20s grappling with life. Someone could accuse the writing here of being overwrought or melodramatic, I suppose. But any melodrama this record touches on, quite importantly, feels real. Like, it takes an emotionally overwhelming experience and it renders it through an indie rock lens, and there's truthfulness there in all of the expression, as well as through the band's skill. That means that you don't feel as though they're simply treading in cliches or it's like diary entry stuff. You feel the experience behind the sentiment. You feel the feeling and the emotion behind the sentiment, and I relate to it, and it feels like an instant connection that's not obfuscated by needlessly abstract poetry. It's very poetic, but at the same time, it's also very direct. And so I guess what I mean here is that, like, if the band wrote, or if Dave wrote his lyrics less directly, I think that writing would clash with the heart on sleeve directness of the performances. So everything on this record is unsubtle and urgent in equal measure. And it reflects the overwhelming emotion of the experiences on this record, of falling in and out of love, of losing and gaining friends, coming to terms with being an adult, and being entirely honest about how messy those things are. The interludes here are uniformly excellent too, and rather than padding the record, they feel like logical continuations of the tracks that they follow and extended introductions to the tracks that they precede. Check out L'Imaginaire, the first interlude, which has a string melody that interpolates the guitar solo from Guns N' Roses' Sweet Child of Mine. Check out also the utterly gorgeous Les Symboliques, which resolves Persevere and then switches up halfway through to a heart-stopping staccato melody that leads right into Let Me Down Easy. These are interludes that are there to expand on the cinematic feel of some of these bigger tracks, and ultimately it results in a record that feels in a lot of ways like a movie. It has that kind of sweep, that kind of scope, and that kind of push and pull that just grabs you along, and makes it compelling for such a long runtime. I think the longest track here is one of the great standouts, Do Not Let Your Spirit Wane, which is essentially a national song, except one that explodes into a roaring guitar solo. It's one of the most perfect songs in the world to drive to as well, like especially like if you're driving through the city at night, like that song is
I did this earlier today. I attest to that.
For that atmosphere. I really like the integration of Greek myth into the song Achilles Come Down. I think it's quite clever. The song can be read as a direct retelling of a story from the Iliad, or it can be read as simply a story about trying to talk sense into a drunken friend who is threatening to end it all. It's a really I think easy to, and I can say because I did the first time I listened to it, underestimate exactly how much lyrical nuance there is in this song. I adore the vocal melody on the line, how the most dangerous thing is to love. And I enjoy how, despite the central string melody repeating throughout the whole 7-minute song, there are plenty of more subtle details within the mix that add variation to it and keep it interesting. The story of the song Persevere is gut-wrenching, this idea of coming to terms with how do you grapple with an entirely senseless death, this push and pull between whether you should embrace some kind of faith, but if not, and also this idea of if you don't embrace some kind of faith, how do you figure out how to resolve and deal with the overwhelming shittiness of the world? I think the greatest stretch of the album arrives with single Let Me Down Easy, with a melody on that song. I couldn't place it the first time I heard this album. It took me actually 2 or 3 listens before I realized that the central melody on this song is very similar to that of the Strokes' The Modern Age. But this song adds these surging strings and a really thrilling vocal performance to create what kind of has this feeling of like a generational anthem, which continues beautifully into the overwhelming emotion of the equally anthemic The Heart is a Muscle, which I won't lie has made me absolutely bawl my eyes out on multiple occasions. It's just this heart-rending song of moving on from a broken relationship and coming to terms with a feeling that you can never be loved or will never be loved or don't deserve to be loved, and violently pushing past that feeling to embrace the possibility that actually maybe something good might come of this. We then continue to late album highlight the deepest sighs, the frankest shadows, which is kind of like an emotional exorcism of sorts that sees Leo Pepe deal with his writer's block and a sense that the world is meaningless by creating his own meaning and creating purpose where no purpose exists. And this is kind of like where I kind of ran out of notes here, but the last two songs after this, Our Time Is Short and Say Yes to Life, wrap up the album beautifully as well. Say Yes to Life especially is this kind of like incredibly immediate and hard-hitting bow wrapped around the album. And yeah, like I probably will chime in with some more thoughts while you guys are talking about this, but yeah, it's an incredibly special album to me, even in the short amount of time that I've known it. And the more time I spend with it, the more familiar I get with it, the more I respect the way it's constructed and all of the elements of basically every single song. And that's an incredibly hard thing to do when you're when you're as ambitious as this record is. It's so hard to be this ambitious and pull everything off, but they manage it, and it's an absolute triumph. And if you haven't heard it, then you are missing out. Yeah.
Oh, son.
That was very pretty, Tyler. I like the way you said them words.
I like the way this album makes sounds.
Everybody, that's James B Podcast.
Shaped like the words, Tyler liked the musical words.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's going a bit too far.
Okay.
And I liked them both.
Oh, wow.
They're both great. So,
I like
How
everything.
bold.
well, who's next?
I'll go, because, well, I mean, no surprise, I think this album is quite spectacular.
Sure.
I've been sitting on this since its year of release, since, like, the week it released, in fact, and I don't think there is a testament to how much of an experience growing with this album is than the fact that I sent this album to Morgan because I heard the first song and was just like, this sounds like your kind of shit, man. And then he just texted back a little later in that day and was just like, I'm not really into it. And I won't spoil his thoughts because I know he has a lot to say, but he doesn't feel that way anymore, needless to say.
I was 17.
Well,
I was a fool.
It
damn
happens.
fool.
And it definitely grew. I immediately did take a liking to it, but I didn't love it as much instantly just because, yeah, it's an intimidating length of a record, and it's got things like instrumental interludes. It's got, like, there's a high bar for entry here. But, oh man, if you clear that bar. This is one of the quickest, like, this is an album that almost gets to 80 minutes, and it flies by, just absolutely flies by because there's so many great sonic ideas here. It's so hard to, like, pinpoint what actual genre this is to the point where I could only really label it as rock, and it just pulls from so many things. I think, like, the tone of the lead singer's voice and a lot of the instrumentation in it, it sounds like there's a lot of pulling from things like post-punk of all things. And then there's also the immediacy of something a little bit more punkier, like on the first track, Fear and Trembling, which I genuinely struggle. I am loath to think of an opening track better than Fear and Trembling on this album. Like, holy fucking shit.
Fear
What
and Trembling
a
is
song.
the best opening track on this album.
Wow.
That's basically what you
such-
just said.
Well, no, I mean,
No, I know what you mean.
a better opening track in music,
I know what you mean. I'm just
in
playing.
albums.
I'm just playing.
It's because it's got this beautiful, almost like Billy Joel Piano Man style intro where it's sort of building this setting in this bar and where these characters are, and like it has a real sense of narrative progression. And then when it kicks in the middle and you just hear those guitar chords just and it just fucking goes. And like I've told this story to everybody in here before, but it's still one of my most fondly held memories of when this came on like shuffle in my car, and Morgan and I just fucking screamed the lyrics while we were driving in this car, and it was so much fun. And there's one set of lyrics in this particular song which I like. The lyricism on this album, on every fucking song, is immaculate. I wouldn't change a single word. But there's, I think, the sort of overall thesis statement of the album is towards the end, and it says, and I waited on forever, but forever never came, just a latent sense of loyalty to the things I love in vain. And now I'm terrified of loving because I'm terrified of pain and of missing out on human things by cowering away. And this conflict, illustrated by these lyrics, this is what the album is about, and working through that and learning to connect and to love people and to disregard all of the things that keep you back from being miserable and can keep you back from being completely like fucking unhappy. If this could be described easily, I'd say this album is a coming of age story that happens after the characters in it have come of age. It's like a second thing, and in that way it sort of lyrically speaking, it reminds me a lot of the band The Menzingers, which is no shock that I would like it because Morgan and I love The Menzingers. But it's sort of The Menzingers filtered through the sound of something like The National, something like High Violet, like Tyler said. And I think the vocal performances too really reflect the energy here, because they can go from being like really low key on like something like Achilles Come Down, where they're really smooth and it's just kind of like, it sort of eases you into this vibe, or even Do Not Let Your Spirit Wane, which, good fucking God, what a song. Or just when it kicks in on the opening track, where it's just like, it sounds like fucking Heartland rock. It sounds like fucking Springsteen is breaking in. And there's so many songs that do that. And man, I cannot tell you, like, instrumentals and I do not vibe. It is just a thing that I can't generally get with, an aspect of music that like the 1975, can't fuck with it. I'm sorry, doesn't do it for me.
Haven't you listened to like 5 Autechre albums in the past month?
That's different.
Yeah,
I mean,
what Jake means is like,
hang on.
yeah.
Jake, you didn't fuck with the last 1975 album? What?
I know, it's crazy. What? That's ridiculous. But
I was mostly kidding.
It's when they mix it with
you're
actual
people, so.
with actual structured songs. It makes a lot of the instrumentals on certain albums feel like they are pointless. Whereas here, like one of my favorite moments on the album is basically the going in between of Persevere to Le Symbolique and then into Let Me Down Easy, which Le Symbolique into Let Me Down Easy is euphoric. Like the second that the next track starts, immediately where the one left off, you just like, it's full Antonio Banderas. If you're just like, ooh, it's so fucking good. And I will say, one of them doesn't work for me completely, and that's it. Still, who cares? That said, it adds to the immense amount of instrumental variety here. There are fucking beautiful sounding strings caked throughout this entire record, and they sound so good, and they just elevate those emotions so fucking well, and they carry you into it. And on fucking Let Me Down Easy, I don't know what the fuck the instrument's name is. I just know it. That's Japanese. What is that sound? I don't know what that instrument is, but it's fucking awesome, and it really adds character to the song. And it's so like every song is so dense in that respect. But I think to fully fall in love with this album, you have to do it while either listening to or reading along with the lyrics, because the lyrics carry everything from the narrative on a verse by verse and song by song level, but just like in the sense that they are relatable, they are painful, they are big. There are so many small moments where it just sort of like literally just moments of breathtaking, like poetic soul, where you're just like, oh fuck, I feel that. and it's all about pushing past shit. It's all about, and it covers more than just personal stuff like Atlas Drowned is a song that's very overtly kind of not really political, but how the character in the song responds to a world that is mired in politics and mired in the judgments and whims of people that are completely beyond him, and how it feels like you are completely helpless in a world where you are holding up the world. And like, as Tyler mentioned, there's tons of Greek mythology references in this, which I eat that shit right up.
The Atlas Drown one, though, is specifically, I think, a reference to like Ayn Rand, because the song is like basically, there's a story in the song where basically Dave is like arguing with this like objectivist about like how it's all bullshit, basically. So the song is like an Ayn Rand diss.
I have my mythology references, and you have your mythology references, and I have a straw that goes all the way across the room, and I drink your mythology references. I drink it up!
Ein?
Very good. Very good. That was
fucking name like Ein. But
continue.
Sorry, that's my only contribution so far. I'm so sorry.
No, I mean, that was beautiful, frankly. I mean, it was better than anything I've had to say.
I'm at a loss for words.
But I think the beautiful thing about this album is that it is fully geared towards people who I think are in our age group. I think like being in your early 20s, this is an album that will hit you. Like, it's also about making the best of a life that you maybe didn't see for yourself, or an unexpected path or detour that, like, just a lot of themes about when you're a kid, you know, you sort of idealize what your life will become, and then you have to deal with the inevitable disappointment of the dissonance of not having that. And I feel a lot of that on this record specifically. And an otherwise disappointing life, you might say.
How many people in this chat have seen 20th Century Woman, by the way?
This probably everyone but August, I'd wager.
Yeah, well, for the second intersection with the National so far, seeing as Mike Mills, who directed 20th Century Woman, directed the
I Am Easy to Find,
the movie of their. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's the Abby quote in 20th Century Woman. By the way, one of the best films ever made.
Yes, it is.
Where she's like, you think about what your life is what you want your life to be like. Now, no, it's going to be nothing like that.
That is such the energy of this, and not to mention 20th Century Women also is a very like similarly emotional experience to this, like a Mike Mills kind of vibe to this whole album. And the other movie that I am reminded of is directly invoked by the album, even though I made this connection independently, and that being this album reminds me a lot of Trainspotting. It is.
I see it.
It, especially the end. In the you push past everything to find what's best for yourself, and realizing what that is an inherently difficult thing, because it's so much more difficult than it sounds in theory. And this album too has a punk spirit that is found in Trainspotting, I think, that is just sort of the saying yes to life, of not compromising, but also finding a way to be happy in a world filled with shit. And it does so with such striking authenticity and such beautifully layered, dense instrumentation that just carries these wonderfully poetic songs. I can't give a better endorsement to an album that it is nearly 80 minutes long, and talking about it makes me want to sit through it again right now. And that's probably the first thing I'll do when this podcast is over.
Mm-hmm.
I love it to bits. It's a phenomenal record, in my top 50 of all time. It raises nearly every time I listen to it.
Okay, who would like to go next?
I mean, look, I had a very short nap, so August might have said his piece while I was napping.
He has.
He has not. No, we still don't know how he feels about this.
That's true. He is the only member of this podcast we did not know
how he feels
As
about it.
one of the people on this podcast who likes the sound of their own voice the most, I would very happily hear August speak first.
Interesting. Oh boy.
Is he? You still with us?
Is he
Well-
present?
Me? Yeah.
You-
No, I think I'll wait till last.
Oh, okay.
No, you
Okay,
won't.
I see how it is.
No.
Oh, fine.
So,
You're
here's my
forcing me
prediction.
into this.
Here's
My
my
recommendation.
no
bitch.
one is August. No one is forcing you into this. I said I would go last.
No, I'm
No,
forcing
no.
him into it. Make no
No,
mistake.
Morgan's forcing me into this.
yeah, he is.
Oh boy.
Well, really, the
So
only
who's-
thing I'm forcing you into is not going last because I am.
Oh no. Okay, no, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Okay.
You can
So,
go
August,
last.
you or me?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. I'll do my fist below the screen. You do yours, and we'll all lift it up. Rock,
Rock,
paper,
paper,
scissors.
scissors. Ah,
Oh, I lost. Okay. So I think that the three things you need to know about this album are in three very key pieces of information about it. One is the band, Gang of Youths. The other is the name, Go Farther in Lightness. And the other is the name of the last song, Say Yes to Life. Those three things together are fundamentally what the album are. I will say that while the album is fucking long, I class it in the bracket of my favorite long albums, where the fact that it is long is kind of the point. Like, you can look at the album and go, I liked it less than this bit, like less than that bit, it's too long, I was bored there, whatever. I don't give a shit. This album needs to be this long because
Yeah,
the
it really
point of
does.
it is the epics. The album is this epic scope, and I feel myself like there are points that I was engaged more than others, but I would not take a second out of it because the point of it is that it is this epic thing.
Like it's
it-
about like it's about the unkempt, like unwieldy emotions of like growing up. Like that's messy.
Operatic.
That's- yeah, like
Mhm.
it's an exercise in excess purposefully. Like
Yeah.
It only reinforces the length. Only reinforces the key ideas and takeaways of the record. Like it would be a weaker album if it were shorter.
Mhm.
The
Absolutely.
afterglow of this album feels wonderful. Like, I love the level of tired I am once I'm done with this.
Mhm. I feel like this album is like if the barfly character that Tom Waits developed like found God.
As someone who listened to 3 albums by Barfly Tom Waits today and this album, confirm.
Yeah, it's just I'm not gonna pretend like I think this is my favorite record ever. I love it to pieces. I don't think it's the like best thing I've ever heard, but I love it. And there are very few things that can make me feel like there are parts I like less than others, but the whole thing is still a masterpiece. Because I'm a like your personal reaction is your out of 10 bitch, you know. So there are very few albums that make me renege on that philosophy. This is one of them. There are bits that I'm engaged more than others. It is still a masterpiece, and I will fight anyone who disagrees. Not with words because I'm tired, but with fists and beer. And I think the album would be okay with that.
It has the same energy as the song Pints of Guinness Make You Strong from it really has that like late night bar with your friends, fucking just drunk off your ass, and like you maybe just got in the bathroom having a weird existential conversation, and now you're all singing a fucking song because this is the best night of your life all of a sudden.
And also Love Iron Song by Frank Turner.
Oh yeah, totally.
Oh,
totally,
God,
totally,
yes.
totally.
And
If
you
it's
know
still
what?
gonna hurt in the morning, and a better plan's yet to get forming.
You might as well have a parade.
I'll drink to that.
I already
You know what? if I was listening to this record and a cover of Pints Against Make You Strong or Love Iron Song happened, I would not be surprised.
Nope.
And look, those are from two of my favorite albums of all time, so that should tell you something about how I feel about this record. And my feeling of it is that I feel almost about it the same way I do about Kurosami's Taste of Cherry, where it's like, it's not necessarily easy. It's not necessarily like short, but it's there and it presents an emotion in a true way, and I jive with it. I feel the truth there, and that's a connection no one else will make, and I'm happy I made it because no one else will make it. And I almost feel like that is what the album is about. It's about taking the shit you love and putting it out in a way that is you know?
That's perfect. That's incredible. I love that.
Thank you. I would say I love the first three songs. They remind me of like what Bruce Springsteen would be if I liked his music. That being said, my favorite three songs are Go Farther and Lightness, Achilles, Come Home. I'm spoiling, by the way. And Let Me Down Easy.
Here's.
Those are the three most... They are the most Saoirse core songs on this album.
Bitches be like Achilles Come Down is the weakest part of the album.
Bitches be wrong.
Can't relate.
Stupid.
Fucking no.
Like Go Farther and Lightness is the most stripped back acoustic guitar song. Achilles Come Down is the most stripped back. String orchestral track is still really stripped back. And Let Me Down Easy is this. Thank you. Is this like pulsing orchestral rocker. And the fact is, you listen to those first three songs, no one would predict those other three songs would ever be near this record. But when they happen, they work. And
this record says, fuck you, I'll do it anyway.
And
it's
works.
Just a marvel of sequencing as well. Like I have to really impress how well this is sequenced.
Immaculate.
I mean, the fact is that between Achilles Come Down and Let Me Down Easy, which are the two songs I've talked about being my favourite so far, we have Persevere and Le Symbolique. Persevere being like the one synth-driven song on this record.
But there's also like a choir in it as well. Like it's very soulful, that song.
Yeah. And Le Symbolique is another one of the, like, if it's in French, it's like the other songs in French. But you know what I mean. It's outside.
It's a weirdly progressive sound for an album like this.
The Hardest Muscle is a great song. I don't love it as much as The Hardest Muscle the Size of Your Fist by Pat the Bunny, but it's great. I'm me. Forgive me. It's who I am.
I literally had like a mental breakdown listening to The Hardest Muscle. Like,
I was in the stock room at work listening to that a couple months ago, and that hurt. That hurt like a motherfucker.
I've had multiple breakdowns listening to Hardest Muscle the Size of Your Fist by Pat the Bunny.
Look, nobody needs to have a pissing breakdown contest.
Have a pissing contest. Anyway,
favorite Phoebe Bridgers song. Have a pissing contest.
It's a Phoebe Bridgers song. What are you talking about?
Lyric, honey.
Anyway, we have an interpolation of Sweet Child of Mine by Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
I listened to L'Oreal, and I'm like, this is an interpolation of something I know, and I can't put my finger on it. If anyone can help me, please.
I haven't spotted that one yet either.
Yeah, but I know it from somewhere, and it's annoying me. But yeah, it's a great record. What do you want me to say? It's great. Fuck you.
That's what I wanted you to say.
Honestly. Well, it's very fitting that August left the room just because this motherfucker doesn't want to incur Morgan's wrath after he gives it a 6.
I can talk more until he gets back.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you're so passionate, it's infectious. I like every word you say. I just want to go back and listen to this more.
I mean, that's great because I napped halfway through this. So,
Now Achilles Come Down is just stuck in my head just because that melody is so fucking good.
God, I almost feel like Achilles Come Down. I feel about that like I did. I can't remember the name, but the song that I described as a lullaby told to a child in hell by Everything.
Undrowned.
Thank you.
That one.
Yeah.
I feel similarly about these songs together. But I can't talk enough about how Let Me Down Easy is the catchiest fucking song I've heard in 10 years.
Like I said, Anthem for a Generation, that song. Anthem for a Generation.
Fucking killer.
Absolutely. But in a way, all you need to know about this album is in the titles of the tracks.
Yeah.
It's just telling you that this is a big album about a big feeling. And as someone who was themselves in the transitionary period, having just had my master's degree delayed by a year because of COVID.
I feel like our communal appreciation for it is also so in keeping with the spirit of the album. It's so like,
it's
of course.
It's a album.
The fact is,
you get drunk
when
with your friends and you fucking
Yeah.
lose your mind to this kind of shit.
Tyler wants to go on a road
being-
trip with us just so we can listen to this in the car.
I remember the first time I had a go at uni for 3 months. I met a guy there who introduced me to Lloyd music. I've talked about it before on this podcast. We were walking down the high street of Leeds City, singing a cappella 4 Simple Words together, the whole thing. And it was a beautiful moment. This album is what that moment felt like for an hour and a half. So listen to it.
Brilliant. Beautiful. Okay. August.
You sounded so done with me.
No. I just I'm
Tyler
just
is
tired.
done with all of existence. You just happen to fall under that umbrella.
I've
But
had a headache for the last hour, but I'm
And
pushing
I'm like on the fence whenever Tyler says anything on whether or not he's being sarcastic.
That's
sometimes
my
just-
fault that happens.
Just delivery is sometimes it throws me off. But anyways,
I
August,
apologize.
start talking.
I want to know what
Oh,
August
no.
thinks now. It's okay. We can take it.
No, this is just a fever dream situation
Oh,
where I feel it's me against everyone with this album.
So,
But I have a fair bit to say about it, so don't worry.
Well, that's good.
okay.
First
I
off,
hope you explain yourself.
I wasn't planning to, but now you've convinced me. So first off, I really do love the kind of Springsteen adjacent opening to this album, and I do quite like Dave's vocabulary across this album. And the band, instrumentally, they're quite infectious. And I think it's a consistently fun album to listen to. A complaint I was told I was not allowed to have with this album was that it was too long.
I meant that a
I
bit.
wonder who could have
jokingly.
told you that.
I did mean that kind of jokingly. Like, obviously, any complaint you have, I guess, is valid.
No, I mean, I'm going to take everything you say perfectly literally, Tyler.
That's
So,
actually completely fair. Yeah, I've earned that.
No, yeah. No, I figured it was kind of a joke, but the thing is, I kind of agree with you. I think this album's stunningly, exceptionally well-paced. I never felt the 77-minute runtime of this album, unlike Taylor Swift, where I just wanted to blow my head off for most of that album.
This album is 17 minutes longer.
And it's 17 minutes longer.
Yep.
This album is the same length as Old Joy by Kelly Reichardt. And, like,
About as emotionally affecting.
just let that sink in.
No, this album just breezes by. It feels like a 35-minute album. And one more really good note is I find that the transitions from like the interlude cuts to like the longer songs on this album
Mm-hmm.
all done flawlessly. I love all of those.
The transition from Les Symboliques, I think, L'Imaginaire into Do Not Let Your Spirit Wane is just insane.
Oh,
I mean, all
so
of them.
good.
But yeah,
All of them, unbelievable.
Very good. All of them very good. And that's what I like about this album. So I think there's a fair bit of good here.
That being
Now
said,
I get into the. That said, now I get into the point of derivativeness, which I know Tyler has spoken on about.
I tried to preempt you by discussing this in my review. But yeah, I do think that there is a point to be made about derivativeness.
No, you just. No, I think there absolutely is. I don't think it's an inherently bad thing. It really isn't. Most, like 99.9, it's derivative, if not all of it. But, and I mean, you guys have made a myriad of comparisons to other artists and other styles that this band assimilates into their sound. But the tragedy of it all for me is and it was interesting, Saoirse said something that was almost the exact opposite of how I feel, where I feel in the sheer amount of sounds and ideas they're trying, it doesn't really lead to a voice that feels distinct to me. It just feels like a big blob of other artists. And that's my point about derivativeness. Not that it's a bad thing, but it can become a negative when I feel, to me, you don't stand out in your own way. I don't. Anyways, that's my point. But then there are just some songs on this album kind of make me roll my eyes, frankly. I gotta look up one of the full titles to these because it was so long I couldn't.
Just looking so pained.
I would like to say, as the person who knows Morgan the best in this chat right now, that with the way he expresses, this is the angriest you will ever see Morgan Diatley in your life. There is murder in his eyes.
Oh, I expect it.
Don't let that stop you.
Yeah.
You're in a different state. Don't worry, you're fine.
Anyways, songs like what can I do if the fire goes out? And Atlas drowned.
Oh, I love what about the fire going out. I love that song. I love it so much.
I'm gonna explain this, okay? I didn't just say this to just piss people off.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah, I mean, on the aforementioned song, I find this whole questioning of faith kind of, how do I rationalize living in a world without some higher power? I could not care. It feels very juvenile to me. I don't find this to be like some great revelation in my life. It's like, yeah, I accepted this when I was 12. Move on. And
I beat this game when I was 11 years old.
No.
The game is religion.
No,
Like Hideo Kojima.
The riffing on
Hideo Kojima.
The riffing on Ayn Rand, whatever. I mean, it feels like just such preaching to the choir of like the only objectivists.
Yes.
So I don't know. That
Yes.
song just didn't really work for me. And I picked those songs up mostly because they're at the very front of the album, but there's a bit of stuff like that just sprinkled throughout this album where I'm like, I don't care. this is boring, dumb, shut up. I don't like the parts of this album that sound really like this tin can-esque recording of the vocals and instruments. I know some people praise that as like a thing of diversity, but I just find it as rather cheap and furthering to my point that I don't feel this album quite finds a voice of its own. And there's plenty of songs where it just feels a bit compositionally overwhelming. Like, I didn't find Achilles Come Down all that well put together. But granted, there are songs like Fear and Trembling where I just love the structure and I love the way that song flows. But it's an album where I feel for every thing I like about it, there's just something I'm not that big a fan of on it also. So
And I could say the same thing about you.
I fucking knew you were gonna say that.
yeah.
I will say to August's credit that unlike rare instances in the past, but still instances, I completely understand all of August's criticisms and where he's coming from, and I get it. I do. I really get it. You explained them well, I think.
Must be fucking nice.
I'm so.
I don't
envious.
agree with any of them, but I understand it.
Okay.
No,
okay. That's where we agree. That's good.
Here's the thing. I don't have an opposition in like a year or two to like returning to this album because who knows? Records have grown on me in the past. And I don't know.
It may be this is didn't really want to say this because it might kind of sounds a bit like a cop out, but it may just be that you're not quite old enough for this album yet. I don't know if that sounds fair or not, but like it's,
I wasn't gonna say it, but I did think it.
not that you're immature.
No, I mean,
like,
absolutely
actually, no, a better way of putting that
Can I
would be
add to that in a more reasonable way?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the fact is, part of why I relate to this album are experiences I had when I was like 18 onwards, more like 16 onwards. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but if I'd have listened to 7 when I was August's age, I would not have gotten it, but I do now. And it's just because I have had life experiences that are unique to the age I am, that have informed. And I will never say that August is a worse music listener for this, but just my love of this record is informed by the fact it touches on things I experienced when I was 18. I will never say you can't experience those events when you were younger. I will never say that. It's just when I did.
Well, it just comes back to the Punisher thing again. He's just not broken, so he doesn't quite connect with him.
Right.
That's probably true. Yeah. All I mean is that
How
I think
funny is it that Morgan and I's favorite records have the exact same response from people?
Well, August is
Throw
not
that out
people.
Holy shit.
Oof.
That didn't come out the way I meant it. What I meant was his
What the
responses.
fuck did you mean?
Shut up and let me explain then. What I meant was that August's responses to art are usually not all that in line with the masses in much of any way whatsoever.
Okay.
I did not.
No, I figured that's what you meant.
Okay, you seem to be the only one.
No, it was just
the immediacy with which you said it was just so surprising.
okay.
Morgan.
Morgan.
Yeah.
Is August done?
No,
Yeah.
I am. I would love to hear what you have to say.
All right, cool. So there's the hardest thing to talk about when you are thinking of stuff in a sort of critical lens is the things that hit you. I'm just speaking from my own experience here. Is the things that hit you at exactly the right place and time. So the first time that I sat down and listened to Go Farther and Lightness in full was in the sometime late in the first month of my only semester at a university. This was a point in my life where things were not going the way that I thought they would. And I was drinking a lot. I was feeling a lot of things very strongly. And sort of this was something that Go Farther in Lightness was something that sort of sat me down and gave me a moment of clarity where it basically just said to me, you are not stuck here. Nothing's keeping you here if you don't want to be here. And you have the power to to change what about your current situation that you don't like. And as such, I packed up all the shit in my dorm and fucked off back home to community college. And, it's the sort of thing where it's like, I feel like when you're in high school, you're trained to think of that kind of move as a downgrade. But it was so much better for me that I can't even really put into words. And of course, there have been some low points in between that semester and my time at community college. I missed last week's episode because of said low points. So they're there, But in each one of these low points, I would turn on Fear and Trembling and get through that opening interlude, not interlude, instrumental with the piano, and the lyrics start, and it sort of sets me at ease until the guitars and drums explode, and it's like seeing color for the first time. I mean, I really can't put it into words because it's such a holistically emotional experience that I almost think it's magic. I don't know how to make guitars make that sound. Like, they just did it. And that's like the whole album for me. I don't know how to play a single song from this album on guitar, and I have no desire to learn. I want to keep the magic of it there for me personally. And that there's a feeling that permeates throughout the entire album. We've spent so much time unpacking the lyrics of Go Farther in Lightness, and as they deserve to be unpacked because I could get so many passages from this album tattooed on me and be like, yeah, that's the one. That's why I can't pick one, because if I picked one, I'd have to also get another one. And, I don't want to be covered like a piece of typewriter paper. So, but point being, the music on this album, perhaps even better than the lyrics in some cases, is so emotionally transportative that it's like it's like someone is speaking to you in a language that you didn't know you knew. It's like something unearthed in your brain. Like it all makes sense now, what you're saying to me. And it's such a stunning achievement that, like, the transition to the staccato on the strings and Le Symbolique is, I mean,
yeah.
And on about how lyrically powerful this album is, but I don't think there's a moment in music that makes me feel as much as that transition does. I mean, it feels like there's just no way to put it into words.
I think
You
I
know,
read
it's
somewhere
like
that moment when the strings switch up there is like meant to be the point in the record's arc where like the character of the songs are about, like the fictionalized version of Dave's self, like makes a decision to kind of like go from being in a darker state psychologically to in a more positive state psychologically, and all the
I
rest of the
wouldn't
songs
even,
reflect that shift.
and you wouldn't even have to, you know, like look that up to get that out of it. It just sounds that way. It's communicated through pure instrumentals in ways that, I mean, just are unheard of in rock music, you know?
Mm.
Most interlude tracks on rock albums are useless, but this is like both important to the narrative arc and just one of the most glorious things mine ears have ever heard. And then, I mean, it's worth saying that there's not a sound, not a second of this record that I don't adore, but particularly the transition. Ugh, I'm burpy. Excuse me. Um,
Oh, jeez.
from List Symbolique onto the final track, Say Yes to Life is just the greatest suite of music that I've ever heard in my life.
Totally.
It's absurd. It's absurdly catchy and perfectly paced. It's almost a great album in and of itself. But then you have the front half, which is only worse by the merit of it not being the back half,
Like this
because it's
album
still
is like
amazing.
a perfect double album where that pivot point is that exact moment halfway through Les
Yep.
Symbolique. Like the first half is its up until that point is its own thing. The second half from that point onwards is its own thing. But then together somehow this all comes like together as a perfect singular holistic thing as well.
Exactly. And I don't think that the sort of from the what I don't think there's a moment on that back half that is communicating its own ideas as well as The Heart is a Muscle, which it's impossible for me to pick a favorite song. I mean, I think it's useless to do so anyway, because you're going to hear something next week and be like, oh, that's probably it. Like, or you're just going to re-listen to something that you haven't heard in a while and be like, man, that's my favorite song. But I mean, I have no trouble saying that The Heart is a Muscle is my favorite song of the last 10 years. I mean, from the opening keys and the softly sung vocal passage at the very beginning to the ramping up of the sort of up-tempo jaunt of it and the strings soaring in. I mean,
There are no words.
I can't do anything.
Yeah.
I can't do anything but gesture wildly and vaguely, because I mean it's probably my favorite moment in music history.
It's amazing. I completely agree.
Oddly.
And the thing is, the rest of the song is like the most beautiful, life-affirming thing I've ever heard. I mean, I could just pull up the lyrics here. Because, I mean, I could just rattle off the whole thing.
You really don't even need to. You just have to listen to it, and because even saying the lyrics out loud would rob some of the impact of the way that they're sung and contextualized. Like, it's just the way it all hits. Oh, dude.
Yeah, you're right. Because so much of it is about the performance of it. Because I've never heard anyone say anything with more conviction than Dave singing about, there will be no years of silence in the shadow of regret. It's just the Breakfast Club. Just
Mm.
yes, and you just want to get on your rooftop and scream everything you've ever felt, and fall in love, and grow old, and look back on your life and be like, yeah, I did it. I did it right. But that's ultimately why the record is so impactful to me, is because particularly at the time I needed it. It sat me down and told me that nothing is permanent, and that the things you feel now will be different the next day, and that
It's like this
so many
record. This record is like a friend. Like it's like a, there's so much to it that like no matter what's happened, like no matter what the thing you're going through is, like it feels, you can listen to it and you can feel like it knows you and it knows what you're feeling and it knows how to turn that feeling into catharsis, into something, like valuable and something that you're grateful for having gone through. Like, yeah. All right, I think we should probably wrap it up there. Otherwise,
Yeah,
we'll just start
probably.
crying.
Yeah,
I mean, I think we did a pretty good job talking it out, to be
Yeah,
honest.
we did.
I
Favorite
mean,
tracks and
I'm
ratings.
satisfied that we did the record justice, and that is what it
Yeah.
deserves.
Yeah.
Jake.
well, 4 of us did.
Jake, what are your favorite tracks?
Least
favorite track, if there is one, and rating?
My favorite tracks, which it's really fucking difficult because in the moment when you're listening to each of these songs, you're like, yeah, this is one of my 3 favorite tracks, and then you actually have to fucking do it. But favorite tracks, I'll say Fear and Trembling, Do Not Let Your Spirit Wane, and Persevere.
Nice.
And least favorite, not a bad song, Tyler's Gonna Hate Me, but my least favorite part of the album is probably The Real. I'd give it an emphatic 9.5 out of 10.
Ooh. My
Imagine that.
3 favorite tracks are probably Fear and Trembling. Oh boy. I can't remember the name, but it was that 2-track suite Tyler and I agreed on as being particularly exceptional transition from
Symbolique and Let Me
to...
Down Easy, or
Yes.
no, or was it L'Imagineer and Do Not Let Your Spirit Wane?
I think it was
No, I think it was the Imagineer.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
Don't Let Your... Okay, so yeah, those would be my other 2. Least favorite would probably be Achilles Come Down, and I would have to give this album a 4.5 out of 10.
Well, you're
Wow.
a 4.5 out of 10.
My 3 favorite tracks are The Heart is a Muscle, followed by This Is the Last Time I Let August Listen to Anything I Love, followed by L'Imaginaire. Oh, no, not L'Imaginaire, Le Symbolique. Excuse me. I was reading and talking at the same
You're
time, and I
excused.
fumbled. I mean, this is harder than picking children. Children are annoying. Probably the Deepest Sighs and Frank and also,
We need to get you a little trophy, Morgan's least favorite tracks.
but seriously, though, there are no least favorite tracks. Best album ever. 15 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
Very good.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
Right. My favorite tracks are "Let Me Down Easy," "Achilles Come Down," "Fuck You August," and "Go Father and Lightness." The title, and I'm giving this a 9.5.
Beautiful. So my three favorite tracks. The one of my a track I think I was the only person who mentioned anything about, which is easily one of my top three on the record, is "Keep Me in the Open," which I fucking adore that song. So that's going in my top three.
I'm sure you can guess how I feel about that song.
That's another one of the songs where I've literally just cried and cried and cried to it.
Amazing.
It's so perfect. And then I'll also put in "Do Not Let Your Spirit Wane" and "The Heart Is a Muscle." That's my top three in no particular order. And I give this album a 10 out of 10.
Wow. That is our highest so far, I believe.
That's goddamn right.
I think Punisher's a little higher.
Right.
Well,
It might be.
I think it might be.
Well, I mean, fitting that these are the two.
It's just a competition to see whose favorite album is better.
No, it's a competition to see whose favorite album gets the lowest rating by August.
Which is...
And then when we review August's favorite album, which we already did, damn it, this doesn't work
and
anymore.
we all gave it... I think we all gave it a 10. Like, the lowest was a 9, at least.
I gave it a 9.5. Yeah, I gave it like a 9.5.
well, this is an 8.7.
Whew.
So
that's still that's a big boy.
And there's just one thing sinking it.
I wonder.
What could that thing be? Oh, God, we might never know. And speaking of things we'll never know, I don't know how this transitioned. I just wanted to say it like that.
Guys?
But yeah, next week we are going to cover hopefully something we can be a little bit more happy about. We're covering Lianne La Havas's self-titled album, which, that sounds like fun. And as August mentioned, we were going to cover the new Haken album, Virus. What the fuck is so goddamn funny?
I don't know. It's just something about you said. You sounded like someone's dad or something, being like, he's like, "Oh, the new Lianne La Havas. That sounds fun." It's like,
you kids listening to that Lianne La Havas.
And don't forget, we are covering a very special recommended record next week that Saoirse recommended.
So why not
That's
you
going to be a fun discussion.
Ooh, interesting.
Captain Beefheart and his magic band, famously dramatized in the movie Frank, based off of the autobiographical writings of John Ronson, although fictionalized in the movie.
Okay, what's the album?
The magnum opus.
Just say the...
I'm getting there, all right?
You'll have time to do this next week. We've been here for 5 hours. I'm dying.
Okay, it's in the morning for me. Like, come on, I'm the victim here. Anyway, the album is called Trout Mask Replica. It's an hour long. You can't find it on Spotify, but it's on YouTube.
Frequently compared to Tom Waits, so I'm excited.
Right. Have you not heard it, Jake?
No, never.
Fuck, you're in for something.
And I like Tom Waits' really noisy, chaotic shit.
The thing about Tom Waits' music, though, is that it's musical. And the thing about Trout Mask Replica is that it's not musical.
Oh, good. I'm going to hate it.
Well, as always, everyone, rock over London. Rock on Chicago. L'Oreal.
Golden.
Because you're worth it.